So amidst the crowing of an endlessly screaming rooster, it's time to get back to business. So, last time, for those that may have missed parts of the session, we cleared out all of the Divine Beast's cave back in No Rune Village, fully reassembled No Rune, so that town is taken care of. We picked up Zhao, who was a stray cat we turned into a cat girl. It's a whole thing. That still is complicated.
Hello there.
Hey there, Marlon. How's it going? We still don't have any other weapons for Zhao, because I didn't go do weapon grinding. I thought about it. I really did think about it. But I'm gonna play the way the game has played out for me so far, because I think it'll be more interesting for the time being for me to have to fight in that weakened angle. I did not change anything about either village. I did consider reworking No Rune so that everybody was happier, but again, like I was talking about before, I'll save that for a larger fix in the future, where I probably go through and like fix all of the villages we've done thus far. So it'll probably be, I'll do No Rune and this one once they're both done and available to be set up properly. And then we will see about doing more than that in the future. Because it depends on how far we get today as well. Whether I will get to more than that. But quick plot rundown for anybody that may not know the plot of Dark Cloud. Basically, a group of people unleashed this dark genie who blew up the world. It's ruined everything, trashed the place completely. The Fairy King has entrusted us with the Adamelia, which allows us to open the orbs he saved everything in, and it's our job to rebuild the world. There you go. That's the short plot synopsis, because that's quite literally the vast majority of the plot we have at our disposal currently. Which is also why we can fly around as a giant finger and place things, because that's the magic power we have. We need to get this idiot that lives in this treehouse to work with us, but we don't have what he needs yet. Oh, one other thing that I forgot to mention as soon as it loads in. I spent a little bit of time cleaning up our inventory. I went and put a lot of our extra things away in the hag's house. I considered selling them or just throwing them away, but I figured we may as well hang on to them in the hag's house because we have storage there. It makes the most sense to keep those things on hand just in case. But with all of that said and done, it is time for us to go back into the Wise Owl Forest and try to get this place cleared out. Everybody's weapons fully powered and everything? Yeah. We just need to give you a bit of water, which I shouldn't have put that water away. Should've just gave it to her, but I didn't realize her water was that low. It's fine. We have plenty of premium waters that we've been finding. We just aren't at a nice even 40 anymore, and it makes me sad. Oh yeah, let me save the fact that I put all that away in case the worst happens while we're in the Wise Owl Forest, like, I don't know, we die. Considering that can very easily happen. Or, the more likely outcome, I break my sword and I load the save. Yeah, we were in Territory 2, we just didn't have the right item to satisfy these picky owls, because for those who missed it, we actually have to give the owls here the correct item to let us through. A little rain never hurt anybody. Oh yeah, and that's what the gooey effect does, by the way. It makes you slower. This is why I'm not particularly worried about that effect. Ooh, free heal on my weapon. That's always good. Yeah, as you might imagine, cannibal plants would need to slow people down because they ain't catching people otherwise. Oh, there's Tuesday. His day is over. And there's a few options for what type of cloud it is. Hey there, Kelties. How's it going? Yeah, I agree. The little gremlin creatures probably could do with being shot. I approve of this idea. Thankfully, we can still use the Dran Wing to speed back up to normal speed even while gooed. So it's not really the biggest deal. I mean, you don't know that. Just because it's trying to kill us doesn't mean it doesn't subsist on other plants. In the meantime, it's just territorial. It might want us dead because we're here. We don't know what the diet of this thing is. Yep, there's one of the things, the shiny stone. Some owls aren't looking for food, they just want a shiny rock. Mighty healing, because, you know, that's what you think of when you think of healing, right? A big syringe full of question mark. It does get rid of the goo effect, so if I really wanted my speed back, which I kind of do... Yeah, you know what? There we go. We'll just get rid of the gooey effect. Speed returns to us. Because it'll help keep us from losing all of our water. Should be able to take out this last guy without needing to repair my sword. Yeah. Because remember, swords breaking makes me sad. Sundew. I should heal while I'm at it. Just jam some bread in your face. There you go. I think you did at some point. Which, it's kind of impossible to a certain degree to come up with anything that isn't a word in one language or another somewhere. Honestly, that's fine. I can live with that. I do a lot of fighting. And I want to say when I was coming up with my name, that still works just fine. Yeah, I want to say I looked up every permutation just about when I was coming up with this initially, and I think I did see that. I just didn't really retain that because it wasn't something that was going to be a concern. Because, you know, kind of important to make sure that there's no permutation where your name turns into like a slur or something. Kind of a problem. And I say that because, unfortunately, there are people out there whose names do shorten into slurs, unintentionally or otherwise. Well, yeah, that's a word in multiple languages. But again, none of them were bad that I saw, at least, so it was fine. Again, that works, yeah. Like, intentionally or otherwise, all of this so far ends up fitting, so it works out at the end of the day. Because I am nothing if not vague about a lot of things. Also because I don't know enough to be like, yeah, this is the answer. Also, why am I even running back? We have the magic crystal. There's nothing over there. That would be a complete waste of my time to run all the way back. Of course, as is tradition, I start stream and a Discord ping appears immediately. You want this. Nope, he does not want that. Okay. You know what? You're gonna be the weird one that wants the shiny stone. Nope, doesn't want that either. Alright, that means he wants the pointy chestnut. Because there was nothing else left at that point. There you go, Discord C. Stop yelling at me. Away we go. I named him that, yeah. That's also why there's a typo in there where the A is capitalized that shouldn't be. Because I was not paying attention to which A I grabbed when I was doing that. There are games where the main character's name does end up that, but it is not this one. I actually forget what his name is supposed to be. I saw it yesterday, but that does not mean I remember. Because everybody has, like, default names, as you would imagine. There's the Wise Owl shop. We're gonna want that, as one would imagine. And behold, there are enemies that descend from the ceiling to try to kill you. Because that's what you want. Yeah, Russian is a hell of a language. I learned that when I was initially looking at learning it, and that's part of why I'm like, you know what? I'm not up for dealing with that, because this was back when I was still in high school, back when I wanted to become a linguist in general. That was one of the languages I was interested in learning, but it was just way too much for high school me to deal with, so I'm just like, nope, we'll roll back to that idea in the future, and it never happened. There's a lot of things I don't believe, but you know what? Go for it. Good. The world needs that. People who can understand it and other languages are very important. I just didn't have the patience to commit to it, to do it. Even though I enjoy languages, making it a job was not the one for me. Hey, Evie, hope you're doing well today. Like, I still occasionally dig into other languages here and there, but I've never committed to any of them enough to say I could read or speak them accurately or adequately these days. The closest I'd be able to do is German, and that's rusty as hell, since that, again, was back in high school. And I didn't keep up with it well enough, because I had no use for it, unfortunately. Is that's part of the problem with learning lots of languages, is finding a use case for it so you can actually keep in practice is complicated. Yeah, exactly. This is why the learning of other languages is important. Because otherwise the language barrier makes anything outside of your own area kind of complicated. Unless you run into people that happen to learn the other way, where they learned your language. Which, in a different timeline, I would have learned Russian. So that's a whole reality that exists out there somewhere. Which, that is a strange world to think about, because I genuinely don't know whether that would have panned out for me even if I had fully committed to it. Like, I don't think I would have burnt out on linguistics or given up on it, but I don't know if it would have actually kept me from still doing this, for example. That's an interesting thing to think about. Because honestly, knowing multiple languages would be an incredible boon in a job like this. Because it would widen your range a lot. Though, it also causes complications because you end up with a very potentially divided audience because they'll only understand one of the languages, whereas you understand all of them. It ends up with a layer of complication there. But to be honest with myself, if I had committed to the language path in that time, I probably would have ended up a teacher, not actually like a full translator or anything. Just because of who I am. Because I really do take great joy in teaching people things. Not that I had the patience to go through the whole teaching course process, and I know full well that teachers kind of get the screw job a lot of the time too, so that kind of kills the motivation to follow through on that in a more complete fashion. And of course, you know, there's always language tutors and such that could end up being a career angle as well. But... yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that the audience wouldn't find their own way to work with it, and it would end up still working out fine overall, because yeah, there was a lot of multilingual streamers and such, and they will either enforce a specific language or two in their community or let it be a free-for-all, which has its ups and downs. You know, everything has its balancing to it. Your audience will be much larger by default because you have, for example, with 3 languages, 3 separate pools to work off of. But you also will lose X amount of people because of the fact that they do not want to or cannot handle not understanding the other languages in play. Is of feeling like they miss out, or maybe they're paranoid, which is a completely fair thing that exists in the world. As much as one could wish people wouldn't have paranoia be a concept, it unfortunately does exist in a great many people. I mean, I've already killed most of the week, if you've seen these names, so... and honestly, at the rate religion's gone, I think killing off Sunday wouldn't be the worst thing. Just as a concept, it would cause fascinating ripples through reality if you just lose a day out of the week entirely. Though the days of the week are just a construct we've made anyway. So... who's to say we won't just make a new day? Which that lends itself to a whole other slew of complicated thoughts, depending on if you want to deal with unpacking those. Well, yeah. It does have its certain necessity, if for nothing else as a means of communication to a certain degree, because you do not have a means of determining the span that happens between things. You cannot accurately tell people when something will be, for example. Like, oh yeah, it'll be when the sun moves this much distance. Yeah, good luck with that idea. Good fucking luck with that. There we go, that one wanted the shiny stone. You would think we could just cut the vines out of the way, but no. Yeah, there's a certain layer where things would start to fall apart without a concept like time. Would it be possible to do? In theory, yes. It would just be very difficult. But that may also be just because of the way we perceive things at this point, because we are so adapted to the concept existing. Like, we have dealt with this concept quite literally our entire lives. Good news is there can't be any Atla on this stage because Zhao can't open Atla. so I don't need to worry about that. I just need to loot, find the thing I need, get the hell out of here. Maybe I'll get lucky and we'll finally find her a new slingshot. Gotta say, things like the concept of time and language are not necessarily things I expected to be talking about today, but honestly, at the rate things go with this business, I really should just accept the fact that I never know what to expect about what I'm gonna end up talking about. That's half the fun. There we go. Never said it wasn't. It's just... It's a weird thing to think about. See, that's the funny thing, is actually, too much variety can end up with the same result as no variety. It is actually entirely possible for people to get tired of change. Too much instability can actually be the same, because you have nothing to ground anything based off of at that point. Like, it's the same case of just too much of a good thing and things like that. There is a point at which there is actually too much of something. No matter what it is. All things need to exist in some form of balance, otherwise it just doesn't work. There we go, we can upgrade our slingshot again. Now another one of these bastards are hanging out up here. Come on down. Come on. There you are. There we go. King Prick is dead. Okay, there's just enemies down there. Exactly. This is why I say balance has to exist. Because you need enough stability that you can be certain of some things, but not have it be too consistent and sure for there to be anything that happens. But you also can't have it just be pure chaos, as you mentioned there. Is there anything I want to put in here before I upgrade this? This is eventually going to turn into a gem that I'll put into whatever other slingshot she gets. So it does need to have some value to it. But I don't really have any commitment to any of those, so we'll just go ahead and level it up and slap the attack boosts back in it. I want to keep those attack boosts on hand like I've talked about last time. And I can't do that if they get eaten. Okay, I am not equipped to have a super nuanced conversation on this topic, but my stance will always be balance in all things. There are some things you cannot really balance entirely and have them function, but as a general rule, balance will make things better. See, again, that is a little too general a statement for me to necessarily be like, yep, 100% this is correct. Same as we've had that conversation before. to be honest, some of that's also left a little open to interpretation for a blanket statement like that to be a guaranteed yes as well. Because people in their varying degrees of media literacy can very easily pull a completely different answer out of those things. Yes, that is a statement I can agree with, yes. Just bear in mind, I have to hedge how I respond to things like that because of the way answers like that can be taken. So I have to be careful how I respond to that. Because the last thing I need is people going and taking a portion of a thought and running off with it. And turning it into a whole thing that it isn't. Which this world is rife with these days, so I am extra cautious with how I respond to things. Which I wish I didn't have to be, but that's the world we live in now. Though honestly, even if I wasn't being careful, 90% of what I say would still be exactly the same. As every point I've made about how I feel about things is completely accurate. I just am cautious with the wording of it. Get out of here with this pea hat bullshit. Thank you for the chestnut. Now, is actually a real chest? Is it gonna have a slingshot in it? Ah? Damn it. I'm happy to get another sword, but I really need a slingshot for Xiao at some point game. Just a suggestion. Because for those who were not here yesterday when I explained that, you do not get weapons really in any way other than out of those boxes. So if the game never decides to give me another slingshot, Xiao will just never have another slingshot. That's just the nature of things. To my recollection, there is not a shop that sells weapons at any point. But I never finished this game, so maybe there is a town that actually might have a weapon shop, and I just do not remember or did not get that far. That is a possibility. Now let's see if that sword's any good. That is exactly the kind of people that exist these days, yeah. They will take a positive statement and turn it into a negative about something that isn't the thing you're saying the positive thing about, and it infuriates me. We have created at this point a world in which people feel like they have to walk on eggshells, even about completely reasonable things, like saying something positive about something. It is absurd. And it's the same thing I've talked about before about the fact that a good chunk of it exists that way because they get rewarded for their bullshit. As long as they continue to get rewarded for their bullshit behavior, the behavior will continue. And I can't lay the entire blame at the feet of social media, but I can lay a good chunk of it at the feet of social media because people get favorable responses from them stirring shit up. So they end up behaving more and more like that. And as more people see success from doing dumb shit like that, it will continue to be that. That is the other one, yeah. That's the other thing. Which, when people actually back that with a valid reason to have that thing be a problem, that's one thing. But yeah, the world where it's like, just because famous, popular person said thing bad does not mean thing inherently bad. Unless it's like backing racism or something, then, you know, maybe it actually is bad. which is where it's kind of a gamble constantly there too, because like I do not want to say that calling things bad is a bad thing either, because calling things out is important, because there's a lot of things people will end up missing as far as like controversy and such goes. But I do feel like we've gone too far down that rabbit hole at this point, where every little thing becomes a controversy. Like, insert developer here says, I hate Mondays, and now people light them on fire for it. It's like, okay, maybe that's a lot. Now, if they say something actually inflammatory, where they hate one group of people or another, and I say that about any category particularly there, outside of some that are more justified, like saying that they hate pedophiles or something, you know, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's okay. But yeah, it all falls back into that same balance issue, arguably. Like you're pointing out there, if everything's a controversy, then what is a controversy anymore? Is it again takes that scale and throws it out the window. You have no sense of scale of anything. It's the same in conversation I had before when I was talking about the need for bad games to exist. Is the sense of scale for good and bad needs to exist. We're having much that same problem in that field these days, where people are saying even something that's at worst mediocre is horrendous, and it's just like, no, that's not how that works. No. Just because something's mid doesn't mean it should be like thrown out a window and abolished. Whereas a dumpster fire that doesn't function, maybe that should be thrown out a window. Just to give people an idea of what my sense of scale there is. Because I think y'all have seen me play some terrible stuff at this point. And call it fine. Because it is. If something doesn't work for you, that doesn't mean there isn't an audience for it anywhere. It just means it doesn't work for you. Meanwhile, if you make things too polished, you can enter this state where we're not quite entirely there, even in the AAA scene, but it dances there sometimes, where things are so polished and so, I want to say sterile, even though that's not entirely correct, where there's just no character left to things sometimes. And these all tie together. They're all concepts that feed into each other. Yeah. And it becomes a case of, is it worse to have something be forgettable, or is it worse to have something be genuinely bad, where you'll remember it, but it's a bad memory? And that changes from person to person, whether you want to have that memory or not have that memory. Which is where a lot of this remains just as subjective as it more or less always has been. At least in terms of where media comes into play. Because at the end of the day, you either enjoyed said piece of media or you didn't. And your reasons are your own. There are technical things we can all, like, objectively say, okay, yeah, on this objective technical thing, this failed. But to say experiences themselves are necessarily universally negative or positive outside of, you know, the obvious specific ones that everybody would agree on that I don't need to get into, it just doesn't work. It's the same reason I've been fairly consistent about rallying against reviews to a certain degree. Because the numeric review systems and things like that, I'm willing to put some of the blame for the way things have gone on that. Because when you force things to have to confine themselves to a numeric system of value, you will end up having people leveraging that for whatever purposes they have, for one thing, and for two, it limits the expression of what the thing is, so that the consumer just has to make assumptions to fill in. While that's not wrong, I think it's actually the people that don't understand math that are more of a problem there, is they don't understand numbers to begin with. So they assign incorrect numbers to things, which just makes it worse. Do not want chestnut. Okay, how about berry? You wanted berry. Okay, very good. Off you go. I still think we could just cut the vines and just go around the giant log, but, you know, what do I know? Let's go ahead and hop out of the dungeon, because we've gone a couple floors. You'll notice I stopped going back every floor like I did yesterday. In part because we're more capable of actually going multiple floors, and in part of trying to speed this up a little bit. Because if it's not necessary, I'm not gonna just keep backing out over and over. Let's see. We'll go ahead and put the Wise Owl shop over here. Because we need to leave a space for the river to connect, so that we can bring Treant back to life. Which we still do not have enough river parts for that, but I'm going to go ahead and get the river moving here. We just need to connect up this bit and connect up this bit now, so we need like 10 more pieces of river and we'll be done bringing Treant back to life. Which, admittedly, the whole reason we're bringing Treant back really is just the fact that we know from what the Fairy King told us that he's important. We don't actually have the owl that runs the Wise Owl shop, so the shop is still completely damn useless to me. Well, rip that idea. Guess we'll have to go back to the old gaffer back in the other town still, which is fine. Yeah, you have to put a watermill on the river. Shocking concept, that one. Sure, it can go there. Go ahead and distribute the signs. And we'll see who goes in what house here in a moment, after I've distributed all of that. We don't. We're just kind of hoping for the best. The only thing we know for a fact is the thing he's told us was our enemy. We can pretty safely say is our enemy because we literally saw it blowing up the village. So we can work off of that at the very least. So he has at least told us the truth about the power and the danger of the genie. As to how valid the rest of it is? Question mark. Okay, that's the right one there. We're still missing the person that goes in there. Don't we have Cacao's house? We do. There we go. So we've got more people we can talk to and find out what else their houses need. Because remember, that's our job here, other than getting ready to fight the Dark Genie eventually. We're trying to rebuild the world. So we're kind of responsible for rebuilding it correctly. And, you know, we can steal all their stuff in the meanwhile. Oh, I haven't seen you around here. I'm Cacao, the Gleeman. And you? I see. Drac, huh? Yes, I've heard of you. Nice to meet you. How did you hear of me while you were still in your weird orb? Or did you hear about me just now as soon as you came out of the orb? Maybe they were all talking to each other inside our little glove magic amulet thing. We don't know if they're, like, conscious while they're in any of those things. A couple people have mentioned being aware of being in the orb, but they didn't really mention too much about their experiences while within said orb. So it's hard to say. This is one of those times where it really sucks to not be able to jump. If I could jump, I could just get up here and not need to wait for stairs, but no, I have to wait for stairs to get all of these things. This came with stairs. This is, remember, everything we put into the world will spawn items for us. We need to check everything we place and see what goodies are within it, so that we can better save the world. Or in this case, better line my pockets. I mean, what? Hey, another gourd. That'll be more water capacity for somebody. I'll probably save that for when we have the other guy on the team, though. 'Cause I think he might start with 3 water, and that's an issue. We do not want people that are easily dehydrated on this team. If we can help it. That will make everything slower. Which is... I mean, there's a world in which I could just give one person all of the water power and have them do 90% of the running around. But then nobody else's weapons will get leveled, and that will be an issue in and of itself. We witnessed what the issue with that idea was in the last area when we had our boy have all of the training and we needed Zhao to fight. Oh, I haven't seen you around here. Good for you. What does your house need? We need a second floor. We stored things there. We have so many things we need to find room for. Time passes. Again, for those who weren't here yesterday, the day-night cycle does matter because people move around depending on the time of day. Oop, that was a weird stutter. For anybody that was worried that that was Twitch, that was not. That was the game. I don't know why. I will be keeping an eye on that in case it stutters like that again. It may very well have just been like a hiccup in the hard drive or something. Could be any number of little things. Either way, don't think it's a big thing to worry about. Hey, I need to talk to you about your house too. Don't forget the room I locked myself in when I compose my music. I can't quite get into my music without that room. Yeah, that makes sense. Some peace and quiet to work on your music. I don't think I can talk to you right now because you... Oh wait, no, you're not on your ledge. You might be in your house. Or you're out here somewhere. Render distance. You're still standing in front of your house. People like to wander a fair bit as well, depending on who they are. But it looks like the people of that house did not wander very far. They're probably at home, asleep. Making me sad. Alright, so we can't figure out anything else about what we need to do yet, then. Is we have not found a single set of stairs yet. Is I'm betting they're all gated fairly far down in what will spawn in this game, because you need it for accessing so many of the houses. I'm betting that branch is going to be in the Wise Owl shop. Is the owl probably perches on that branch when he's doing his merchant work. That would make sense. Now, maybe that's me assuming a lot there. But I don't think an owl would want a chair, necessarily. And he would need to be somewhere when he's doing his business, you know? And I don't mean his toilet. Oh, right. We need to go back to the gaffer and go buy some repair powder. Because we're pretty good on all other supplies. It's just the repair powder that's running out because our sword is so fragile. And I could start using my other weapons when the durability gets low, but I'm trying to just work that one up to either build it up or turn it into a synth sphere. Which it's probably going to turn into a synth sphere since the set axe is so good. Like, it basically fulfills the same role, except being slower. And if I need a fast weapon, that's what the bone's for. But, like, this is statistically superior in all ways except speed. What does this need for its build-up, though? Attack, speed, magic, ice, wind, holy, beast, metal, and mage. Okay. Now, it is important to have a couple weapons on hand to begin with, because you want options for dealing with a variety of situations. But the alternative there is we can have our different characters be our solutions to different situations. Hi, Gaffer. I need stuff. That should do for a bit. Another 8 of them should allow us to go down a couple floors. Get a couple pieces of bread as well. Because I don't really want to burn the premium chicken if I don't need to. Same with the cheese. Because the bread already heals for like 50 or so, I think. And our highest hit point character is 100. So, a piece or two of bread will sort that out. Ooh, another gourd, you say? So apparently I just missed that, or it spawned in later on. I'm tempted to run around town and look for more chests, but I'm not going to do that right now. I am, however, going to hand that gourd over. Because we'll save one for the new character, but bringing everybody up to 5 thirst is going to be important. His 5 thirst will last through most floors. And remember, we have that chance of a floor locking somebody in as the only character you can use. So everybody needs to be able to function on a floor by themselves. Otherwise, you're gonna have a real awkward situation where you're just immediately struggle busing. Don't you disappear. I don't think I've talked to you yet. Don't you fucking disappear. God damn you. Wait, I haven't talked to you yet either. Huh? What? Who are you? Let's see. You're called Drac? Strange name. If you've got nothing to talk about, don't waste my time. What do you need for your house? Don't forget the upstairs cabin. That's my room. Sounds good, Bambuku. We still don't have a lot of upstairs rooms or anything available, so they're just gonna have to make do till I find some. Lulu. What do you need? Nighttime's scary without a torch. Torches I can do, but I think I've given out all my torches already for the moment. And I don't think that would end up completing your house. No. Because you still need stairs in the upstairs room. But for the moment, the well doesn't need the torch, so we'll give you the torch. If we end up in a situation where any of these houses will be completable, I will be stealing things and moving them. But for right now, this can stay as it is now. Anybody else that I haven't talked to out here? Now, I think that's everybody. So, it's time to save the game and go back in. The entrance was where again? That's where the other kid lives. Over here. I really should have started building all of the stuff near the dungeon. But you'll notice I did do a smart and put the shop nearest the dungeon entrance this time instead of putting it very far away from the dungeon. It could be closer, but I'm trying to keep it, like, relatively organized. Alright, here we go. You're hostiles immediately. Saturday with his boxing gloves. Ow. Ah, joke's on you. I have iframes when I'm picking things up. Sucker. Poisonous apple. We haven't seen those in a while. Not that I've used any of them, really. Actually, no. We did use the 2 I picked up. It just took, like, 4 floors for me to have a reason to use them. We found stairs. We finally found the stairs to put in literally any of the houses. And a cabin. There's a witch. Who threw an apple through her own head backwards at me. Interesting. Good trick. Magic crystal, very good. It's a busy floor. And the map. Alright, we now know everything there is to know about this floor. Joke's on you. I can jump over your bite. Need to get back into practice of using the charge attack on some of this stuff. Because it will save on durability, I think. There's a roof. Because apparently somebody's missing a roof. Didn't seem like any of those houses were missing a roof, but what do I know? There we go. I'm glad we didn't happen to get poisoned by that apple. That would have been very upsetting. I also meant to do fishing in between sessions. Completely forgot about that. Probably do that during the big prep segment in between this and next week's sessions. Because remember, we're only doing this game 2 days a week. And it's only for getting the game done this month, really, that we're doing it 2 days a month, 2 days a week. I really shouldn't have just stood there next to her like that. That was not my finest of ideas. And what's in this box? Another anti-freeze amulet. I do have that anti-goo amulet up there that I meant to sell. I put it there to save space and completely forgot about it. So I think things you put on that bar leave your inventory. Actually, let me check that now that I say that. No, it didn't free up a slot when I moved it over there. It still says 50. Though there's 3 empty spaces here, you'll notice, even though it still says 50 out of 60. And these are obviously 10 spaces between the 2 sets of 5 here. So I think you do technically get the space back, you just wouldn't be able to put the thing back in your inventory until you cleared space. I don't know if it reserves that slot or not. I don't actually remember. I don't think that's something I've ever needed to think about. Just bear in mind, as I told the story somewhat yesterday, when I was playing this when I was much younger, I was much worse about my resources. Like, I was constantly scraping the bottom of the barrel for resources all the time. So I think I didn't fully process the fact that I could just buy a lot of repair powders and such either. Because I didn't sell all the fishing bait and such to make money either. one of the many ways your younger selves can make a game much harder than it would normally be by not actually fully engaging with the mechanics. What do we got? Okay, yeah, it's got a pair of endurance things in it right now, so that's fine. Go ahead and upgrade. I just wanted to make sure there weren't things I wanted to keep on there. Now, is that enough endurance for the build-up? It is not. Because that was basically the plan here, was if it gets enough of what it needs to build up, I would build it up. But if it hits level 5 before it reaches the point of being built up, it was going to turn into a synth sphere. That's basically how I'm going to rule most of these. Is by turning these into synth spheres, I can make it easier to build up a different one. Now, obviously, there's probably a world in which if you're aiming to be the most efficient you can, it probably would be better to actually build up every weapon, potentially. I don't know. I don't actually know what the efficient way of doing anything with this is. Because again, my only other experience playing this game was when I played it back in the day when it was still, I wouldn't say new, because it had been out for a few years by the time I got to it, but relatively new. Back in probably like 2008, 2009, maybe 2007. I don't genuinely remember exactly what year it was, but it was a long time ago that I really sank into this game. And I had picked it back up again a couple years back now with intent of playing it, and then I just got distracted. I actually ended up doing kind of a weird bounce back and forth between Dark Cloud 1 and 2 for a bit, which that was not a good idea. Because while these are part of the same series and at their heart there's a lot of similarities, they're different enough games that you do not want to be playing both at the same time, necessarily, yeah, I would say. So that's always a weird situation. Even if games are pretty different, you do not want to be playing multiple games in the same series at the same time. It gets weird. But you also don't really want to be playing too many games of the same type at the same time either. Because despite the fact that you may think they're different experiences, there is just enough commonality between them, you can actually accelerate burnout sometimes that way. Depends on who you are, though. That's not like a universal constant. This is just something I've noticed for myself, and I've seen happen for a few other people. So there is some grounding to it. Obviously, I cannot make guaranteed generalizations for anybody else. This is just the information off of the sample size I have. No. Realized almost too late that I only had 8 health left. Oh, that would have been bad. Especially if I dropped from dehydration. That would have been embarrassing. Ignoring the fact that we have been in that exact scenario before, but shh, it's okay, don't worry about that part. Okay. Don't have any power powder left, right? No. I do want to just pop in here and repair right quick anyway. That was odd. Just glanced over at my bot and something flickered. I didn't quite catch what it was, but something like moved or flickered in there, and I was trying to figure out what that was. Either way, actually, let's check. No, I don't have it. Because I've realized, I think I know what I'm supposed to use. Oh, I do have it. So I think I know what we use to go into the backside area of these floors. And it didn't click in my brain till now, because we keep picking these sundews up and they're disappearing. Because we don't have multiple of them. So I think what we're meant to do is we grow like a plant boat. Because you'll notice there's a leaf right there. Ta-da! Change the leaf into a boat. Off to danger, but potentially rewards. And yeah, as the bot is spitting out there is still a 50% discount on all commissions and commission-related things on my Ko-fi right now. And while I do only have Discord reactives and emotes listed, if you have any other pixel work you would like done, do feel free to reach out to me. I am happy to make accommodations and figure things out. And we will figure out pricing, including said discount, at such a time. That discount is only valid for another 16 days. On the 20th, that discount will be going away. And if it sounds like I do not enjoy doing those plugs, good news, you're correct. I feel bad doing those things, even though it's necessary to, you know, push my work. I need to do those plugs, but it just always feels a little bad, for lack of a better way of putting it. 'Cause I would love to have this just be a case of I can just sit here and just chill and we can just have fun while I play a game. But unfortunately, money does need to exist due to the nature of the world we live in. Okay, I will follow that up later. Was checking on something on the side at the same time. I know it may seem silly how much I multitask when I'm doing this, because I should be paying more attention to y'all, but I have so many plates spinning at all times. And that is just the speed that my mind works at, is I need to have other things to flick to occasionally. Because it actually makes it easier for me to stay on task if I can flick to something occasionally. It acts almost as like a reset for my brain a little bit. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the best way I have to explain the thought process there. It's like I just separate from the thing I'm doing for just literally a second, even. And it makes it easier for me to stay on the thing I'm doing. Which I could go on a whole thing about the current state of content creation based on things I've seen and all of that, but I feel like there's too much of that discussion in the world already. It's like almost everybody in this business has their own take on that, and I will not invalidate anybody else's take on any of these things, because for the most part, it's one of those weird situations where kind of most of those are correct. Like, obviously there are people out there that will be completely incorrect, and they are probably doing it to further their angle, but for the most part, the people that are actually genuine about what they're saying and thinking with that are correct. And I don't really have anything meaningful of my own slant to add to that, so I'm not really gonna dig deep on that thought. Aside from pointing out the same thing a fair few people pointed out, where there's definitely a need for, I don't want to necessarily say more options in the market, but that's probably as close to the correct phrasing as can be had. Like, it's the typical case of there's not enough competition, so certain participants end up getting too much of an advantage. And in that particular case, I'm speaking in terms of hosts and things like that, as in Twitch and YouTube and those services. There needs to be more actual competition there. Like, there are up-and-comers and there's hope for them, but I wouldn't say that they're changing the game quite yet. And you can say Kick exists, but that's about the nicest thing you can say about Kick. It exists. I could have been going to the back area of a lot more of these floors, because I kept picking up those sundews, unlike the damn tram oil. Oh well. This is what I get for going into this area at the end of a session, and then not paying attention at the start of a session as well. Theoretically, welcome back from the ads. I say that because, again, I have 2 different ad break timers on the same dashboard. So, you know, that's wonderful. You didn't miss much for those that were in ads. I was just walking around the backside of this floor and rambling about things. Basically explaining why I have not, like, pushed forth my own major take on any of the current Twitch events or anything. And I really can't speak on drama because I don't care about drama. I don't pay attention to it. More often than not is a case of, oh hey, that thing happened over there. Okay. It can stay over there. Is while I do understand to a certain degree the attraction of talking and dealing with all this drama for people, especially in the angle of the people that are benefiting from the drama by gaining traction and attention from it, I don't know how they have the fucking energy to keep dealing with that nonsense all the time. It's like, even if you're not involved in any of that drama, that's gotta get exhausting to look at after a while. Not to mention, I have to imagine... Well, no. Actually, I was gonna say it must make it hard to sleep at night, but considering the type of people that really thrive off the drama, no, I think they sleep at night just fine because they don't care. They don't care in the slightest. They don't care what damage they cause. Never have and never will. Until it backfires on them, then they might start to care. And that should tell you everything you didn't know about how I feel about that. Just that statement alone. We still have the sundew. Interesting. So those do carry over from floor to floor. Then where did the... Is it just a case of I can only ever have one of them at a time, or am I losing my mind? I might be losing my mind. Wouldn't be the first time. Let's clear the floor, though, and then we'll go to the back side of the floor. This way, if things go horribly awry, I can just bail out of this floor when I get to that point. Okay, the antidote amulet worked. As it broke, even though it wasn't selected, and I didn't get poisoned. So good news, everyone. Poison defeated. And I know I keep saying it, but eventually those voice commissions will exist. Eventually. I don't... Yeah, damn it. I had a fumble with the camera, and now I'm poisoned. Though, to be fair, I was hesitating anyway, because I was hesitant to turn and attack him because I was worried I was going to break my sword. Even though I'm pretty sure 6 would have been enough to kill him. We don't need to get water right now. We got a bit of time left before water becomes an issue. We might find a fountain. Never mind, there is no fountain on this stage. But maybe there'll be a fountain on the back half. Or, you know, we can just find more water. Finding more water works too. What's that phrase? Oh yeah, ask and ye shall receive. That's the one. Sometimes you get exactly what you ask for, And sometimes that's a bad thing. Is the phrase, be careful what you wish for, exists for a reason. Though there are many problematic people out in the world that I hope they get exactly the worst angle of what they wish for, in the hopes that they learn something from it. I know full well they won't, but you know. Earth A. I have no idea what that is gonna be. I don't know if that's just a specific patch of dirt, or if it's just like an earth amulet. So A made out of dirt. Could be anything. It's definitely not a boat. For once, I can say with certainty that it isn't a boat. Could be a boat, though. You could turn it into a boat. But I don't think it's actually meant to be a boat. I'm in a mood today, I'm noticing. I can't really quite place the type of mood this is, but it's something. Nope, there's the Baron's house, so we can probably get that sorted out. Unless he's got somebody else that lives there with him, which is entirely possible. I think we've fought most of the week now, because we've seen Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, yeah. Actually, have we seen a Saturday? Saturday's the one I'm questioning. Wait, no, Saturday was the one with the boxing gloves, wasn't it? Or was that Friday? Pretty confident we've seen all of them. Hold that thought, Sunday. We're so close. Don't mind me as I just pause reality and pour some dust on my sword. If it was gonna level, I would have probably risked hitting him. Yeah, see, it wasn't gonna be enough for a level. That's why I didn't risk it. Regular water. I think we have all the stairs we need. I think that is enough for everybody's houses. So we picked up, what, like 4 stairs today in this floor alone? Might be 5. I don't think it was 3. See, the bad thing is here, I wasn't counting. I'm just kind of going on how many times I saw the text, a stairway. We can also just look. We got 4, yeah. Which I think we can actually put them in while we're in here. We sure can. I probably should just do that while I'm in this menu. There we go. Pow's house is done. I completely forgot I can actually assign these things while I am walking around in the dungeon. And yep, the Baron lives alone. Oh, he's the one that wants a branch, but there may be more than one person that needs a branch. We'll see if I have the last thing he needs there. If I do, I'll give him the branch. If I don't, I'll hold on to it. And Mr. Mustache is the owl. Mustache. There we go. So we'll find out what his last 2 things are as well, and see what his prices and such look like. You need an upstairs room, laundry, and your torch. There you go. You just need a room, so your house is done. We're gonna have a lot of events to do when we get out of here. So I might leave the dungeon after this floor, then. And slap this roof in here. Because all of these parts can really just go in this well. I'm gonna hold off on finishing the well in case I need those parts for somebody else's house. But that'll do for the moment. Pumped with energy. We definitely want to go to the back half of this floor then, if we're boosted. go take a look. If it's super dangerous and not very rewarding, we'll just leave. But I need to try to find more weapons. Like, this is not a want, this is a need. Don't especially need more swords. We have 3, not counting the dagger. Which, now that we have so many swords, I'll probably melt the dagger down at this point. Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna zoom. Because we don't need to fight things back here. Fighting things back here isn't pointless, necessarily, but it's not required. And again, we do have a fountain here I can use to heal myself if I get hurt, so... At the very least, we'll finish upgrading the sword off of that guy. Okay, so how is it looking for its build-up requirements? Okay, that was enough for the thunder, so it's probably 10 of everything for that. And not enough of the mage or anything. Yeah, we'll go ahead and break this one down and pass it on to the next one then. Yeah, do bear in mind, it is only 60% of its ability. So it won't be a one-to-one transfer. This is still going to be very useful. Shamshir +5 Synth Sphere. Now we have an empty space for another weapon to be put into. Now, if we slap it into this weapon, 41 attack, 95 speed, 63 endurance, and 22 magic power. Also puts it up to 16 thunder, 7 holy. Doesn't get much out of the busters, but we didn't put very many of them in there. But now you see why synth spheres matter so much. Is because they boost your power a lot. This one also has 3 slots. Because I apparently completely forgot that things can have that many slots. The moral of the story is, don't trust the word of an old man who's telling you about something that he remembers. Or rather, trust but verify, because apparently I was remembering a lot of things wrong. Let's see, this I think raises the ice. No, sapphires are wind, it's the aquamarines that are ice. You would think this would have been a green gem of some kind, like, I don't know, maybe the emerald would have made sense for this, but, you know. This also is better at killing avian, and it gets you 10 more magic power. Was wind on the build-up list for this? It was. We'll go ahead and give it that then. Since this has a decent amount of weapon durability, we'll actually, like, focus on building this one up. We'll just have to remember... Well, we don't have to remember that it's slower at all, because we boosted its speed to a wild degree already. I want to put this in there, too, because that'll max its magic power, which will guarantee that'll be enough for the build-up. That gives mostly things that it doesn't need otherwise, so no, probably not. We could put the aquamarine in there. That doesn't affect its magic power. It did need ice, and that gets it more bird power, which doesn't really need fish power. I don't think it needs either. Yeah, no, that doesn't help any of the enemy killing power. It'll still need holy, but this will otherwise be in a pretty good spot on the whole. As you can see, our attack didn't change, though I think weapon length does matter. I do believe that affects your attack's reach. Which is a reason why you would actually want to use a longer, slower weapon. Especially if you speed it up like I've done with this one. How? That makes pretty short work of him, other than the obvious point of I'm pretty sure he's resistant to the element we're using. Mage Slayer. Ooh, max HP of weapon increased. Nice. You love to see it. Now, bear in mind, not all of those magic circles are positive, as we've seen with the one that, like, boosted the stats of a monster. Most of them are positive, but there are some that will like lower your weapon's max HP as well that I remember encountering. I think there's one that like resets the ABS of it too, which is nasty. Like, there are some brutal magic circles out there later on. So get ready for that when I step on one thinking good things are gonna happen and I get slapped halfway to the moon. No weapon on this floor, though. A lot of gems. That's good. We'll quickly get to find out what those do. Which actually, I know, all the excitement of menu action right now, but what did this need again? Attack, endurance, MP. All of these swords need attack, endurance, and MP. This just needs ice and thunder, but it needs 4 different enemy types. Yeah, that was the problem with that one. Now that we've got this weapon kitted out a bit, though, since it's got a good amount of endurance, we'll go ahead and chop through these guys. Especially since we have a healing spot on this little segment here. Ow. Oh, that freezes. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is bad. This is very bad. And that's us dead. Thankfully, we have stand-in powder and resurrection powder, so we'll be fine. Just, let that be a lesson. If you don't understand what something is, maybe don't fight it blindly with just swinging your sword at it. Yeah, she does not do enough damage to that thing, and I am not toying with that any further. Absolutely not. We are gonna switch back to Drac, but we're gonna run him to the fountain rather than fighting Demon Mole over there any further. Because I just want my 100 hit points back, heck, without having to burn more items. We are out of here. This floor has officially shown its teeth, and I'm frightened. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I understand I am no longer welcome here. Oh, on the health note, since I've talked about it here and there with like the acid reflux and everything, the omeprazole I've started taking seems to have made a massive difference. I am feeling much better overall. I'm still having some iffy health here and there, but I think that's more weather and time of year related than the acid reflux at this point. So if you wanted a piece of good news, there you go. There's your piece of good news for the day. On a previous day, I'd commented, I think, it being like 75 or 80% strength. I think I'm more like 90% now. There's still some but it's better. I probably should have left rather than going to the next floor. So I could have done all of those events and restocked. Oh well, we're here. I can escape powder out if it gets bad. Though I do prefer to finish floors that I start. Because otherwise it gets a little weird, because you have to find like a couple Atla instead of the full amount. There's 2 of you. Don't pay any mind to the fact that her body stood back up after she died over there, by the way. It's totally fine. Yeah, our resources are getting stretched a little bit thin. Banana. As previously noted, the banana heals a lot, but it drains all your water out. We do still have 3 repair powders left, though, so we definitely have the leverage to keep going. Just, you know, maybe not go the distance quite right now. If I get a sundew, I might not go to the back side of this floor. We'll see. The river? I think that's the only river we found so far in these last couple floors, though. No, I shouldn't have healed. There was a healing spot right here. Oh well. With my luck, if I hadn't healed, we wouldn't have found the healing spot. And I'm poisoned again anyway, so you know what? Maybe that was for the best. There's a spot to jump across over here. There's a lot of witches on this floor. We need to pick up the pace. So the good news is we can just character swap and not need to worry about the poison. Because I don't think he takes damage when he's not the active character. That would be rude as anything if you still take damage from poison while not active. But I wouldn't put it past a game to do that to me, so we'll check on that as we go. So at the very least, you would think it would give you an indicator, so I won't worry too much about it right now. Some more water, okay. Focus on the one you can actually damage, who can also damage you. I am gonna need to swap back to myself to use the Atla spheres. And yeah, we didn't lose any health from poison, I don't think. There we go. I think that's enough river to bring Treant back as well, so this is actually fantastic news. Grab that. I may as well kill that thing. Wise Owl entry. I guess there was yet another entrance to the Wise Owl shop. Yeah, I kind of figured. As soon as I thought about not killing him, I'm like, no. The second you think that, that's when you get yourself in trouble. Because that's how we've missed out on items we've needed for exiting other stages before. Fully restock myself on health. So if we look at him again in a moment and his health is missing any, we know the poison is in fact taking effect while not in the field. But we'll give it a bit of time. Attachment bag full, cannot take. So it's an attachment item, huh? Okay. One sec. Needed to cough for a second, so didn't want everybody hearing that. Yeah, you're already full on attachments. I can store some attachments in this, though, for the moment. Since we're not using it anytime quick. So maybe don't store both of something. There we go. Store those two in there. There's nothing in this one, so we'll just go ahead and store some extras in here, too. Magical power +1. So we need to swap again. And yeah, still 100 health, so pretty safe to say the poison's not taking effect while out of the field. And that's definitely enough rivers now. We're a solid way through this floor, so we probably can finish this floor off. Despite our main character being poisoned. Because honestly, he can fight while poisoned just fine, if it comes down to it. That wooden slingshot is solidly powerful, so it's not the biggest deal to have her do some work here. You know, aside from these stupid mushrooms that keep smashing into her face over and over again. Pumped with energy. You cannot beat me in a ranged duel. You actually can, but shh, don't tell them that. another orb. Okay, game, I think I found the rest of the village's rivers. Mimic or not a mimic? Mimic! I had a feeling when there was no enemies over here. What was that phrase I say all the time? Oh, right, I hate being right. Just thinking that like all day yesterday about all those king mimics. Earth B, okay. Not a mimic. Oh yeah, we didn't have the magic crystal. I'm gonna worry about opening these orbs and then we'll switch back to the other character to shoot that thing down. Okay, game, I really don't need more rivers. Just a hint, I don't need more rivers. What did I just say? Fun fact, by the way, there is actually a randomizer for this game, and I think it actually... Is this an archipelago? I feel like it is for some reason. Because I think I saw it in the archipelago news list that I was looking at. Because I was seeing what new worlds there were. Don't quote me on that part of it. I know the randomizer exists, though. No guaranteed. Which I can't really tell if that would be great, a nightmare, or accomplishes nothing. Because one of those three things has to be true. Potentially two of them, depending on seed settings. Now, the reason I say that is because all the chests and such are already random. So really, the only thing I could think of it would be randomizing... It would be the enemies and the Atla. And I don't know how much that actually adds to the experience. Which is a weird thing for me to say, because as y'all know, I love my randomizers. But it occurs to me that it's just like, huh, that may not actually work that well. And yeah, we have 30 out of 40 rivers now, so I'm pretty sure we're good in that regard. You want this one? Nope. You want this one? You do, ha! And yeah, we'll go back to town, go through all of the events forever, and then carry on. So remember, we can come back to floor 9, even though we never went there, because we completed floor 8 and actually left it. Alright, first and foremost, let's connect up that river. Oh wait, no, there's more to connect up than that. That's why we needed so much river. Because we still have to connect all this, which we still have plenty for. There we go. As soon as we open that, the river will flow and the water will return. So let's also place some bridges. Now that this area is reliant on bridges once again, we will make sure there's a nice distribution of bridges, both for my own benefit and theoretically for the benefit of the villagers. There we go. There's bridges like every few feet. People should be able to pass back and forth across this very nicely. And I need to talk to the people to find out what else their houses need. I know there's no event at that house, but... Oh, hang on. Gotta have the cutscene first. Look at that. A pair of those little imp guys are actually the ones who are gonna open that up for us. And away they go. Oh, there's a chest all the way over there, too. I'll need to go fetch. Well, we'll start from the Wise Owl shop and work our way up the line, even though there's no event here. Chiz. Oh, he has his own perch already. Maybe he doesn't need a branch then. Ooh. You're a new face. I am Mr. Mustache. I own this store. Welcome, Who. I need an entrance to my store. Who. A roof at the top. Who. And a sign is a must. Who. For business. I'd like the sign on top of the roof. Who. A place that attracts attention is good. Who. That makes sense. Hello. Have you ever tried to build up weapons? If not, this is how to build up from a rather standard weapon, a base lord. Raise attack, endurance, magic, fire, thunder, plant, and mimic. It shouldn't take much for each, then try to build up after they're raised. I've helped you out a little here, but you should learn how to build up other weapons on your own. So I guess he's not open for business right now? Or is he not actually a shop and I'm gonna be sad? I think we do actually have the rest of what he needs, though. Oh, right, yeah, because he needs his own entrance. As thought. We put a sign somewhere that it didn't need to be here. Mushroom House, give me the sign. Boom. Wise Owl Shop is now completed as well. That's like 4 events all in one here. Wise Owl Shop is open after remodeling. I certainly appreciate all you've done, sir. Alright. It's for you, sir. A special discount offer. Look at this. New sword. The Wise Owl sword. That is, I think, a unique sword. Just a minute. Don't misunderstand. I didn't say it was free. Still have to charge you. But I'll give you a discount price. Oh, come on. Let me see. How about 5,000 gilda? Still too high? Okay. How about 2,500 gilda? A special price. A real discount price. It's below cost. I can't sell it for 1 gilda less than this. That's not the only item here either. Buy all you need. Well, won't be buying that anytime soon. So I do not have the money for that. You'll notice it is for sale there, and I forgot that this sword was a purchase. I actually thought you did get it for finishing his shop. I did know this sword existed. I really thought it was a freebie, though. So that kind of ruins my previous statement about not having purchasable weapons then, huh? Which I can afford it now that I sold all that stuff that I won't use. But we won't be able to really afford anything else if I buy that. We'll hold off on buying that for the moment. Because we do need other supplies. A couple antidotes, get a couple more repair powders. Some bread. And now we can buy cheese, so we'll buy a couple of those too. Tasty waters as well. And if I really want to buy fishing bait for whatever reason, I can buy it here. You'll notice he does not stock nearly as many attachment parts, though. Do I have any escape powder on me? I do not. Remember when I said I had escape powder? Turns out that was a lie. Let's just go ahead and buy one of those just in case. That could have been really awkward. If I needed one and didn't have it, it would have been really, really bad. That easily could have been a very unfortunate death. I'm sure somebody out there would have laughed. Hell, even I might have laughed. You gotta be able to laugh at yourself, after all. Any goodies up here before I proceed to the next event? Nope. Time passes. We do also have all of those boxes to collect from all the places we added stairs to that I forgot to go collect from. Oh, god damn it. This is gonna be a going theme here, isn't it? Where I'm gonna keep falling off of here trying to go get this box. Worth it. Fruit of Eden. We'll hang on to that for the moment, I think. Might give it to Zhao. Depends on if we get more of them right now. Hey, I'm in the middle of something. Could you come up here for a sec? Ooh, don't climb up there. It's dangerous. Come on down. Sorry, I didn't know it was something you were saving for later. I know I ate it, but there's nothing we can do about that now. Wow, this is bad. This is awkward to walk into the middle of. Hey, Drac, I ate something of Kululu's. She got mad at me and climbed way up there. It was a strange-looking thing, and I carelessly ate it. You don't have one, do you? It was coiled like a shell and white in color. Oh, and it was really sweet. Oh! I do actually have one of those, but I don't have it on me. I actually put that in storage, like a dummy. But if we go back to the other town, we can go get the candy back and solve that mystery. Because that is absolutely what that is. That's just candy. But you know, if somebody ate my candy, I'd be unhappy too. I don't know if I'd go perching on a random ledge like that. But, you know, everybody has their own ways of dealing with problems. Admittedly not sure if she's intending to jump or not, but let's hope that we can sort that out before any jumping happens. Ah, it's you. The house is back now, and I can finally sing again. Thanks to you. Will you listen to something of mine? Sure. Okay, here I go. The song's titled Legendary Hunter. Fudo, mighty Fudo, will find his prey. This legendary hunter we all admire. No fierce bear's claw, nor white tiger's fang will ever douse his raging fire. Never misses his mark, in even the deepest dark. Brave legend of the hunt will never tire. How do you like it? It's an original piece. The Legendary Hunter. It's a tribute to Fudo. Cool, isn't it? That was pretty good, actually. Thank you. The song shows Fudo's charisma, or shall I say his power or prominence. Yeah, I don't really know if charisma comes through on there, but the other two options, yeah. I think it's expressed well in the song. Only Fudo fans like myself could write it. It's been 5 years now since Fudo left. He was awesome, really. He was the hero of our village. No one could beat Fudo. He was invincible. Looks kind of familiar, doesn't he? Back then, the villagers were attacked by a fearful monster called White Tiger. Many hunters lost their lives fighting the White Tiger. But Fudo, he killed that very White Tiger in one blow. His power was tremendous. After that, Fudo became a hero. And wore its skin as well, I see. The entire village respected Fudo and worshipped him as a guardian god. Well, that could be a problem. Fudo was my idol. I knew I couldn't be like Fudo. I was always skinny and weak. But Fudo made even a person like myself believe I could be strong. Like magic, I felt I could do anything. But then, 5 years ago, Fudo disappeared. There were rumors that he was killed by a monster called Killer Snake. They said, though injured, he still fought the Killer Snake and died bravely. But I don't believe that. Fudo is too strong. I'm sure he's still alive somewhere. No half-wit Killer Snake could stand a chance against our hero. We'll see. I'm right, right? Sure thing, kid. Right, exactly. So I bet my performance made you want to try a musical instrument too. Sorry, this is my treasure. I can't give you this. Just a minute. Flute I made myself. It has a good sound to it. Ta-da! Odd tone flute acquired. But it sounds like a mouse. Don't play in strange places or you'll attract snakes. Uh-huh. Attract snakes, you say? And you just happen to name drop a killer snake repeatedly. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's not gonna have consequences for me later. Free bread. Repair powder, also for free? I think this house is done. Yeah. Hey, there you are. Come sit here. Finally, I can settle down. Here, we owe it to you. Stay for a meal. I'll cook something special. I'm full. So, have you found the Moon People's village yet? No. I see. Wise Owl's forest is really big, so it may not be so easy to find. Oh well, don't get discouraged. Take it easy and don't rush. Cheer up, I'll give you this. Fruit of Eden. Nice. Good luck, bye. That was actually a very good reward, but we're going back in there because we haven't seen the inside of that house, nor have we stolen everything he owns. Beastbuster and fire. Very good. Thank you. Have a good one. Goodbye. Yeah, we could actually probably sell some of our extra attachments as well, because we are probably about full on those again. Hey, what do you know? We are in fact full on attachments again. Probably sell some of the elemental ones. And then we'll buy the Wise Owl sword. Because those should be worth enough to make that work. I could go run to storage as well. Which I think I might put a couple of them in storage as well. Oh, you can sell weapons too. I completely forgot about that. You know, in hindsight, that probably would have been my clue that you could actually... Let's get rid of some of these plus ones, because we'll be getting better than that. Yeah. Because we're already starting to see 2s and 3s more, so there's no real reason to hang on to that. Wise Owl Sword, I seem to recall being decent, so we'll go ahead and buy that. And I could be remembering wrong, and part of my brain's screaming at me right now, like, no, you fool, that's actually a trick weapon. It's not actually gonna be good at all. And I don't actually remember which one's true. Okay, we've taken care of all of the events. We need to go clean up that one item that was over by this house. And then we'll go get our candy from storage, put some of the busters away in storage. And then see about making some more headway through this area. Which we are making very good progress through here. I feel like we're actually getting through here faster? No, we're not. It feels like it's going faster, but I just looked at the time and went, no, that is a lie. You'll also get a chance to see what I actually put away in storage. First, I'm gonna check in my duplicates of these. Check in some of the duplicate busters. Because we had like a lot of plant busters, for example. There we go, that's better. We have 13 slots for more attachments now, that should be plenty. Yeah, as you can see, I checked in some of the water, some of the cherries, the peach, the manual, fishing rod, the potato cakes. I'm actually gonna go ahead and check in the... no, I won't check the gourd in. I was gonna put the gourd away, Then I thought about it. We will probably be getting to the point where we'll be getting the next character soon. So I forget if he's at the end of the area or if he's like before the boss fight. And check that potato cake in as well. If I'm not gonna be carrying the fishing rod around, I don't need the potato cake. There you go. That's what our storage looks like right now. And consider, there's actually an entire world where you have so many weapons you're putting them in storage. What a nice world that must be to live in compared to the one we're in right now, huh? Don't think we need anything, right? We already bought what we needed. Yeah, unless I want to buy some specific attachments here, which I am too broke to do, so let's leave. And now that the water's flowing, we can also stop off with Treant. So that might be the trigger for getting the character. That's why I'm not sure. I don't know if it's because of talking to Treant or it's because of defeating the boss that we get the other character. And I'm not counting mentioning getting another character as spoilers because it's a fair given that we're getting him on the team since he was nameable. Huh? Weird looking Treant, I gotta tell you, he's like a tree snail. Hi. Gibberish, use item with square. And this is why you need that earring. Goro learned this language, which is impressive. Ha ha ha! So tell me now, young little one. Is it you who saved me? Yeah. Oh, good heavens, so it was you. Thank you, thanks so much. Let me reward you with something then, little one. Sneezed on me, thanks. There, go on, please accept this. This is what all hunters long for. It's a rare, legendary item. The Serpent Sword. Ooh, I do remember the Serpent Sword as well. I seem to recall I used this a fair bit. For some reason, I thought it was upgraded from the dagger. Maybe it's special so it actually stays. This sword never breaks, not until it accomplishes its mission, that is. But once the mission is over, it's a breakable sword, like any other. It's a rare item. Take care of it, little one. Beastbuster. Fruit of Eden. We have 3 Fruit of Eden now, and a second gourd. Okay. We are going to be able to kit that kid out so fast. That does, though, I think mean that I'm not going to be able to get Goro on the team yet. I'm going to give you one of the 3 Fruits of Eden so you have 80 hit points. 2 healing, 2 health increases and 2 thirst increases should have him on par with everybody else, like, instantly. Once we do have him. There we go. That's why I bought all of those repair powders, was I knew I was going to need 2 repairs. I mean, I guess we could go talk to him anyway and see... Because the thing is, we know he's waiting for an item. Now that we... I think we don't need his earrings anymore, so maybe now he'll take them? I think that's why he was yelling at me before. Yep, he's gonna hop down. Don't give up, do ya? What do you want? Oh wait, no, the earrings were used up. They're gone. I think I'm actually still wearing them. Do you want this? So what? Go away. Killer snake. That thing really exists? Did it really get my paw? Never mind. You wouldn't know anyway. So, maybe that's a hint. You know, just maybe possibly. That might be a hint as to what you need to do to get Goro on the team. And where Goro came from. Which, you know, context clues would kind of give that one away to you a little bit anyway, huh? Another gourd. Jesus. Okay, I don't think he's gonna need 3 gourds. I'm gonna drink one of these myself and have 6 water on the main guy. Because honestly, he is probably gonna be one of the ones I'm using the most anyway. But now we also have the Serpent Sword. Sword with absolute power over snakes. Extremely rare. Hey, I wonder if that's another hint. It also builds up into 2 different swords. And it's not that bad to build up for that one. Actually, not that bad to build up for that one either. Now, bear in mind what they said, though, about it becoming breakable once it finishes its mission. And it's a sword with control over snakes. So, gee, I wonder what its mission could be. You know, we'll probably never figure that out. Oh, no, we did talk to you already. Oh yeah, we never went in the Dude Man's house. Because I think I never actually put the mayor's house down, did I? No, I didn't. I knew I was forgetting something, and that's why I was kind of dawdling around in town still. Is there was, like, that itch in my brain, like, you forgot something stupid. You needed to do a thing, and you didn't do it. Go ahead and put it right here. I wanted to face it in a direction that I could actually get to it pretty quickly and easily. Because we need to find out what else his house needs. Ooh, power powder. That gives me an idea. We'll see about that idea in a minute. Soap. Looting the mayor's house, looting the mayor's house. Give me all your stuff. You're not home. Didn't seem to have any other rooms. So a good mayor will be out on the town taking care of things. Oh, there he is. Who are you? I haven't seen you around here. Where are you from? Oh, No Room Village. No wonder you're wearing such plain clothes. A man should wear a good hood. Well, fuck you too then, buddy. Don't forget the roof. It doesn't rain in Matataki Village, but a mayor's house needs a roof. I have to have my dignity. Not sure you have much dignity, my friend. So he needs the roof and the stick. Well, you know what? Good news for you. Your house is done. And as you can see, it actually has the roof on it now. Check around back, make sure a new chest didn't spawn from that immediately. Hope he likes the sound of the water wheel, because he's gonna be hearing it all the time. Ah, it's you. Come closer. Take a seat. Ah, what shall we talk about today? As promised, I'll tell you anything. Tell me about your village's history. This is called the Matataki Village. I knew that already. How it came to be called that. Let's see. Can't remember how it got its name. I'm getting old. Great. How about when you were younger? Me? I was one hell of a guy. One thing, I won the post as village chief on my own. Probably not even Fudo would have been a match for me back then. About Fudo. Udo. He was the strongest hunter. Invincible was the word for him. No one could beat him, until 5 years ago, that is. He just disappeared, leaving his only son all alone. What about his son? He has a gentle nature, a bit chubby, but he has the instincts of a hunter. He is Fudo's son, after all. He could become a great hunter. But there's no hope with him being the way he is now. The day Fudo disappeared, his heart became covered with a thick ice. How can we melt the ice in his heart? I'm quite eloquent, aren't I? Nah, I'm good. Oh, that's enough for now, eh? Then come whenever you feel like hearing stories from me. Assuming I remember. I am old, after all. Here's a gift. Don't worry, it's not my poo this time. It's another gourd, which may be filled with his poo. We'll worry about that later. Getting a lot of gourds. God damn, that's a lot of gourds. Another thing I was bad about when I was younger was, as I mentioned yesterday, not fixing these villages up enough. Like, I would do it, but get lazy about it a lot of the time. And now I'm realizing if I had done that, I would have had so much more water capacity, because I was struggling with water capacity, I remember, when I was younger, in the area after this one, specifically. So what I was thinking about with the power-up powder was upgrading this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till this finishes leveling, put the synth sphere and all the stuff it has on it in it, and then we'll use the power-up powder to put more stuff in it to see about patching some of the holes in what it's got going on right now. We've done a lot for this village already. Like, the only house we have that isn't complete is the mushroom house. Not counting the well, because the well's not a house. I'm pretty sure there isn't an event attached to it. But we obviously will need to finish that one up too, for sake of actually finishing up the village. But back into the Wise Owl Forest we go. So, before we go back into the Wise Owl Forest, let me fill my drink up a bit, because I'm going to need a lot of water if I'm going to keep doing all these old people voices. It is a little difficult to do this part, after all. And my drink's not empty, but I may as well top off while I have an ad break. Back in a moment. Alright, there's a little bit of ad time left, but let's get down to business, shall we? Ambush! But I pressed the button. Anyway, we're gonna do that again then. I was too early that time. That one's on my... That one's on me. We're gonna have to do this a few times probably because I've not got my eye in completely right now. Never mind. Take out a pair of like werewolves or something. This is when I find out those are the moon people, and it's like, well, diplomatic incident immediately. Yikes. Smells like a snake. Well, nothing for it but to summon a snake, right? Here comes a snake. Killer snake, I presume. Our sword bounced. We're gonna fight again. Now you might be wondering, why did that happen? Pretty sure you need the serpent sword for this. Without the serpent sword, I think you just lose. Yep, now we actually fight it. You'll notice we didn't have control previously. I got screwed on that one. The ad thing disappeared, which caused my vision to flick that way for that one brief moment that it needed. So anybody that might have still been stuck in ads, all you missed was exactly what you just saw, me getting eaten by the snake. So you really didn't miss anything. Well, and a duel with a couple werewolves, but that really wasn't that big a thing. We lost it once because I wasn't paying enough attention. There we go. All you gotta do is get one good cut, and the snake is defeated. Serpent Sword has completed its mission. It is now an evolvable sword. And we got a shiny thing. Bone pendant acquired. Gee, I wonder who that pendant belonged to before. Now you'll notice we can't actually proceed. Looks like a switch for this door. Seems like smashing it with something would activate it. Gee, I wonder. Anyway, gotta go. I forgot that the killer snake wasn't actually the boss of this area. Actually just like a mid-boss fight, kind of like the duel with the guy who refused to give us his name that was possessed by the Dark Genie. Hey kid, I found something you might want. Trust me, you're gonna be happy with what I give you. Well, somewhat happy. Bone pendant of Fudo. Wait, this is my paws. Where'd you get it? What? Huh? Ah! Goro, how have you been? Dad, where the heck have you been? I thought you were dead. I'm sorry, Goro. Forgive me for having suddenly left you all alone. Goro, I am no longer of this world. I am a spirit now. No, you're lying! It's the truth. Before I died, I put a message for you into a pendant. The father you see is that message. Listen carefully, Goro. The evil force that attacked this village is now devouring the entire world. With your allies, you must stop it. If you are really my son, then show me. Honor me and all hunters through your courage in battle. No way! Everybody in the village left you to die. I ain't gonna help those cowards. You misunderstand them. I was not betrayed by my fellow villagers. As you know, I was said to be the best hunter in the village. I killed even that brutal white tiger in one blow. But my body was being gradually weakened by an illness, and I realized I had very little time left for myself. I was a prideful hunter. My pride would not allow me to die of illness. I wanted to die in battle as a hunter should. One day I went into the woods where the fearful killer snake dwelt, taking with me several villagers. They don't seem that in on the idea. I had thought the powerful killer snake would be a perfect opponent to end my career as a hunter. But deep inside, I wanted to die in this battle. That very hunt was my plan to end my life with pride. Thus, I challenged the killer snake to a reckless fight. I, of course, fought at my best, but it was obvious I was not a match for the killer snake with a body weakened by illness. In the end, the killer snake got me and started to squeeze me slowly. And soon I saw my fading flame of life start to flicker away. It was what I had wished for. I chose to die with bravery. The villagers that were with me left quietly. I still remember the sadness in their eyes. They probably all knew. Knowing it all, they stayed to see it through to the end. They still, to this day, speak of me as the strongest hunter there ever was. You call them cowards, Goro, but they kept the truth hidden out of respect for me. But why? Why did you do that? Goro, one day you'll understand. I am a hunter. I wanted to die a hunter, not an invalid. And you are also a hunter. Go, fight, Goro. Join with other warriors and fight evil. Be a greater man than me. Huh. Goro, I am always with you. Yep, he's gonna have a cry about it now, which is understandable. I hate you. I hate you, Pa! Meanwhile, he's been just staring off into space probably this whole time and having a moment. We were just respectfully ignoring the whole thing until he's done. What are you looking at? Me saving the world? Not likely. But I wanted to give it a shot anyway. Not for the villagers or for Dad, but for me! I'll fight for me! Ta-da! I'll become Goro, mighty hunter of legend. And there we go, we got Goro on the team now. Call me whenever you're in trouble. I'll do better than you. Sure thing, bud. Now, if we take a look, Goro already has 100 hit points, and his mallet that he starts with has 20 attack. He is pretty strong right off the top. We'll get his water situation sorted out straight away. And we will share the Fruit of Eden. We'll give him one of them and keep the other one... no, we'll give him both of them, actually, because he is slower. That is his disadvantage, so we do want him to have a lot of health. That is what I saved that Fruit of Eden for him for, after all. And you'll notice he starts out base with 120 defense. So he's pretty powerful. And he's obviously going to be necessary. But bear in mind, that's only half the team assembled. We still have 3 more heroes to find. 3 more heroes to bring on our side to save this world. What's left of it, anyway. But now, with Goro on our side, we can go open that door. Much like we could cross gaps using Zhao, we can now hit buttons, because he's got a hammer. Oh, wait, actually, let me check something. This may seem silly, but I need to check something in his area here. A couple things, actually. Can I... No, I cannot take the axe. And I cannot go up... Oh, no, I can go up to his house. I think there is something in his house that we're gonna want. Obviously, if it's literally anything, we're gonna want it, but I think there's actually something specific here. Premium chicken, Beastbuster, pocket acquired. Allows carrying more items. Yeah, he has a storage capacity increase hidden in his room. Ironically enough, and you may not believe me about this, that was not what I came up here looking for. Neither was that Fruit of Eden. I genuinely thought there was another weapon in this area. It's like, could have swore he could, like, get his dad's axe or something. Then again, that wouldn't be here, would it? Oh well. We did get another Fruit of Eden, which is nice, though. That one I'll take for myself. Both myself and Goro both being melee characters, we both need more health than Zhao does. Though she needs some as well, just to make sure her incidents involving having to be closer than most ranged characters would need to be don't get her killed. Now, if I'm getting Zhao's gender wrong, I apologize. I've just always assumed female there because of the way games usually balance the genders of a party more than anything. And audio tone, but again, young cat character could easily have a high voice and be male too, so I could easily be wrong there. And if I am, you know, it is what it is. I've been wrong about many things in my life. Bright side, Donut. I now have the highest... Actually, I still had the highest defense on the team even with Goro, but I now have most assuredly the highest defense on the team for the moment. But in the name of Fudo, it's time to go forward and help Goro become a hero. And we'll run him around for a bit and get you guys acquainted with what he's capable of. And while I call him slow, he's actually not that slow. You'll understand what I mean here in a second. His move speed is not actually slow, it's his attacks that are kind of slow. Because he doesn't have a combo attack, he just has a bonk. Bonk and a charge bonk. Bonk. Which his charge attacks are nice, like he does a full spin move and everything, which can be very handy if you're surrounded, for example. He just spins and wins. So we're immediately confronted with an Atla. A couple Atlas. Oh, yeah. As you can see, the shockwave does residual damage as well, which is very handy. It's a good move to use as like a barrier, essentially. Launch. You dare? Crunch! Some enemies, as you might imagine, are going to be harder for him to hit than others. Like mimics are kind of a pain, since they're a little dodgy. Heal you up, and then we'll switch back to ourselves to open all these Atla. As you can see, our weapon is definitely stronger than his at the moment, but that's because he's still using his starting weapon without any upgrades or anything. And this weapon has a synth sphere in it, so, you know, there's an obvious power difference going to be there. But that's what these training exercises are for. I could also just wait till we find him a new weapon, but that might be a while, considering we still haven't found a new weapon for Xiao at all. And it's not that he's not capable, because as you can see, he is quite capable just immediately. Bonk. I said bonk. Yeah, now, much like we had those jumping segments for Xiao to cross, we are going to have hammer segments appearing periodically for Goro to press the button for us on. And you'll notice he can hit these guys while they're underground as well, because he hits things that are low. He's also probably your best choice for fighting these things unless you're really good at timing, or you're gonna use Xiao to fight them. Unfortunately, he is not all that yet, so... But the idea behind him being the best choice is that he can hit them while they're underground, and his spin is usually pretty good about deflecting them. I just don't have my timing yet, because, you know, we only just got him. I'll be bringing him back to life here in a moment after I clean out the Atla that are over here. There's no point in bringing him back and then immediately swapping back off of him. I do think overall we'll be done with this area sooner than we were with the Divine Beast Cave. But that's the difference of us having some more power behind us. We only have so many revival powders though, so I'm gonna need to be a little bit more careful than that. So I think there might genuinely be something up with the water around here again. Probably the filter's gone bad. Because when I took a big drink of water before walking away on that break, like to refill my drink, my throat immediately got a little scratchy. So either that's just timing, or there might be something up with the water here. And we've had bad water quality before, so it wouldn't come as a shock if the water quality is going off. That would explain a few things. I'm mostly saying that out loud as a mental note to myself. That's not really information any of y'all can do anything with. There we go, bit of whack-a-mole. We get a worm. Yeah, it's nothing to worry about either before anybody gets concerned and goes, oh no, he might end up sick. It's like, well, I'm already sick, so it's not like it can do too much to me there. And it's also, like, mildly inconvenienced level of scratchy, not, oh god, I'm going to have a sore throat and it's gonna be miserable. I've been dealing with that this whole damn time anyway, so it's not like it changes too much. I did not mean to jump back across, but maybe that was for the best that I did that. Honestly, you know what? One down. I'm just gonna bomb these little bull bastards right now. I'm done dealing with them. You know, I might be imagining things, but it seemed like she had a faster throwing animation. Oh wait, no. Wrong character. Now, as you might imagine, this is definitely going to be a game where you're going to be better off focusing on a couple characters than trying to keep everybody powered up. And I am more than likely going to focus on like 2 or 3 characters by the end of this. Obviously, our main dude here is probably going to be one of them. I don't actually remember who the 5th and 6th characters are, because I don't think I got them. I think I stopped in the area where we get the 4th character. If I remember right. I want to say I was at like the halfway-ish point of the game. Though at our current pace, I don't know if getting the 4th character is the halfway point. Getting all of the characters might actually be the halfway point for all I know. It could be one of those stories where, okay, you've assembled your team, now you've got all of this to do, type deal. It's like, I have no memory of this game after the next area we're gonna go to. Which it may sound a bit weird, 4th character and 3rd area, but bear in mind, you know, we got 2 characters in the starting zone. Ourselves and then Zhao, so that changes the scale of things a little bit. Did we get any Sundew here? Or do we have any Sundew? We do not. Okay. This one. Hey, got it right. I was initially going to give him the shiny stone, but my instinct just told me, no, he doesn't want the shiny stone. So I chose something else, and lo and behold, something else was correct. Basically, I ruled one out and had a 50-50. Which, you know, I couldn't logically rule out one of them in any real way. Just brain said a thing, and I just went for it. No, it's a shame I didn't encounter you guys last month. The Halloween pumpkin men. With their pumpkin bombs. Mallet is at its limit. I need to do some cleanup there later. Happened to see something pop up in one of the servers I'm in and realized I'm behind on something. No, nothing for anybody here to worry about. Nothing relevant. Just thinking out loud to myself so I remember the thing. So if we're starting to get stronger enemies like this, I might have to hold off on continuing to train Goro for the moment. Because, like I said, he's potent, but he does have his disadvantages. Though he's still holding his own just fine, as you can see. I just don't know if it's repair powder efficient to be using him right now, is the thing. Because his hammer is taking a beating from the fact that we have to keep using the charge attack. I'm so happy and so mad simultaneously right now. I don't need more swords. Game? We're gonna have a conversation for a second here, video game. You and me. Look at how many swords I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, in what world do you think I need 6 swords, but only 1 slingshot and 1 hammer? Like, I'm not really complaining, because I was asking for swords for a while. But I really think you could have given me some of those swords earlier, so you could have, you know, found it in your heart to give me other weapons now. Just a thought. Get the feeling that thought's gonna be ignored, but you know, I had to try. Oop, I said, oop. I wonder how many more times I'm going to find one of those big chests and be promptly disappointed. I'll give you a hint. It's gonna be most times. Especially as our roster expands, it's gonna get so hard to get gear for people. So it may genuinely also turn into I'm going to be maining whoever I can actually get weapons for. Which may lead to a very interesting party composition. Well, no, I guess technically the party composition will remain static no matter how you look at it, because all 6 of them will still be in the party. You get the point. And also, another reason why our main guy is going to get as much use as he's going to is he's the only one who can touch the Atla. So, you know. It's kind of like the classic main character needs to be in the party at all times, so main character has to be strong scenario. No, from most RPGs. We found couscous. Now, I could buff up his indestructible mallet, but I've seen some of the other weapons he can get, and there's one in particular that's sitting in my brain that I want so badly, because it is the best weapon. It's not actually, like, mechanically the best, I don't think, but it is my favorite. And anybody who's played this game probably knows exactly what weapon I'm thinking about. I would immediately. Well, actually, I think there's 2 really good ones he gets in terms of just being a fun weapon, not necessarily being the most effective, because I don't actually know what his, like, best weapon in terms of statistics and everything would be. Okay, all of the main statistics are done. I kind of figured a synth sphere would sort all of that out immediately. Still need more wind, ice, and holy, and still need all the buster types. Okay. So it's Beast Buster, Metal Buster, and Mage Buster that it needs. And I think that star on it means that it has a synth sphere grown into it. I don't think you can actually change that anymore. I think you can't put more than one synth sphere in something. Don't quote me on that, obviously. I think that's true. We're gonna just load this with Beast Busters on this level, and then we're gonna go ahead and level it up again, because that's what I said I was gonna do. This way we can see if that's all it needed. Yes, that's all the beast power it needs. So it's probably gonna be a similar amount for the mage as well. So we'll go ahead and do that for the next level. We only have 2, but there's already 4 points in, so that should be fine. And I think I have a Metal Buster, don't I? Yeah, that one. I think that's the right one. Yes, it is. And yeah, that'll put me to 10 mage busting, so that should be plenty. And this sword is already, like, stupid good. I would actually just one-shot that thing. This sword might be a little too strong for this area because of the Synth Sphere, actually. Then again, we also don't want to be spending a long time fighting every Mook enemy in the game. Not gonna bother with him right now unless I need to. Yeah, you're teleporting away. Except you teleported back to the same... Remember, just because someone uses magic doesn't mean they're smart. Remember that. There's a reason why intelligence and wisdom are separated. You can read book good and not be good at thing. Oh, I thought it was one of those flying ones, the ones that are hanging by the strings. It is actually one of the flying ones, just not the one I was thinking it was. So that key was largely pointless. Oh, and our feather broke. Do I have another one of those on hand? Ooh. I put a bunch of them in storage, but I still have them on hand. We're getting a little light on the repair powder as well, so we're not going to be able to go too much further. Unless I start weapon swapping, which I could. I could spread the experience out. Because we certainly have enough weapons for it. And I may actually Synth Sphere the dagger now. Because we have so many swords. And the dagger is very out of date at this point. So it definitely has enough levels on it that it'll be useful in whatever it gets put in. Okay, if I don't have what I need, we need to go kill that mole. Nope. Nope, we do need to go kill the mole. Okay, it's a good thing I got a bomb. 'Cause I'm not about to fist fight that mole. Not after what just happened a moment ago. We'll blast that vole straight into a new hole. Come here, explosives. I'll take that trade. He hits me, he dies. I hesitated for a second because I didn't want to miss the throw. But him jumping at me was the perfect chance to bomb him. And I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to some of the future content coming up. There's a couple things I'm quite excited about coming out sooner than I thought. At least on the basis of some of the, like, embargo times and such I saw in Lurkit for them. Not that I've got the codes for them yet either. I've just put in for them, so we'll see how those work out, which is why I'm not going to say what they are yet. I obviously don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to be able to play this game, even though I don't have any guarantee of access yet. It would be bad form to announce such things before getting anywhere anyway. On multiple levels. But understand there's the potential for exciting things coming. Whether exciting things happen, well, we'll see. Okay, your house is simple to fix up, so we'll go ahead and give you your things and see what your last thing is. Alright, Couscous, where are you and what do you got? Oh. Beastbuster. Fruit of Eden? So many Fruit of Eden. Prickly, that's less exciting. You home. Oh god, I forgot you're the... I forgot to grab the candy. Hi, who are you? Oh, I see. I'm Couscous. Good to meet you, Drac. Can't go out of this house, so come visit me once in a while. do you want for your house? It'd be cool if grass was growing out of the top of the shell. Alright. Yeah, I knew I forgot something. I forgot to get candy from the storage when we were at the storage. Seeing him just immediately made that idea pop to brain, like, oh yeah! We don't have any grass, so we can't actually sort his thing out. We don't have Gob, so we can't actually work on him at all either. Nobody else needs a torch, right? So Gob is getting this torch by default. Yeah, so I don't need to put it on the well. We'll put it in Gob's house. We'll go check Gob's house for goodies. While there's currently no one home to stop me. Ooh, a sea killer. We haven't gotten any of those yet. Stealing stuff. Time passes. I think it's only been 9 days in-game. Like, we've saved a village and mostly saved a second one in 9 days. And I don't think our character slept in 9 days. So that's a thing. Mage Slayer? And obviously, like I've done with the other town, I will worry about getting all of the requests and such sorted out off camera. And just show you guys the finished town. So I forget if the event triggers immediately, so I'll have to be careful about that. Maybe buying some more repair powder here, so it won't matter. Or that I'm using that one. Let's quickly actually go get the candy before I forget. Again. So I'm going to forget again. Pretty much guaranteed. Not even a question. Shame that I can't use the Dran's Feather in town, but I can also just teleport around the town, so it doesn't matter that much that I can't do that. Hey lady, I'm here to claim some of my stuff. Specifically, my candy. Thank you. You go ahead and take the holy water. Poison apple. That'll do. And we got 30 out of 40 attachments. We're fine as far as those go. Cheers, goodbye. Probably the most visitors she gets. It's me just running in and out to do business. We may as well just buy stuff from the odd gaffer while we're here. Their prices and such are the same, so it's not like it matters who I buy these things from. Do I want to buy any of this stuff while I'm here? Which, this was the other reason why I popped in here, was to make a decision about buying any of these. And the answer is I don't think I'll be buying any of them right now. We don't really need them. Because we have spares of most of the busters and such in storage. Now let's go give Kululu the candy so they calm down. And we can finish that event up. That was in Bunbuku, wasn't it? I think that's where the two of them live. Oh, fuck's sake. I just want to check around the back of their house, make sure another item didn't spawn. God damn it. Have you two ever considered putting railings on your porch? Just a thought. I don't know where they got candy from, but here you go. Ah, that's it. Kululu, look at this. I'll give you this if you come down. Ta-da! Here. Yoink. Gee, thanks. Let me return you the favor. Sorry, we don't have much we can give, but please take this anyway. Ointment leaf. They say in the East you may cure all medicine from this leaf. Seems you're traveling, so this may come in handy. That camera angle that showed me this holy also was very handy. But if I'm remembering right, the ointment leaf and such is actually part of like a whole trade quest chain, essentially. So this will come in handy later. Specifically, it might actually be the next town. I have space right now, so I'll just hang on to it, because I'm inevitably going to do exactly the same thing I did with the candy and forget that I put it away. And specifically put it away, like, right before I'm gonna need it. So we all know that that's how that goes. But I don't think there's anything else I need to do in town, so it's time to head back out again. I can find a spot to put myself down. Save the game. Making sure there was no other inventory I needed to do or anything. Back out we go. Oh, that explains why Goro was there. Mallet, its abs are full. It's fucking shredded. What does Amethyst do? No attack or anything. And ice. Not terrible. Mallet can't build up though, so I don't need to worry about too much fancy stuff for it. I want to give his mallet any element or anything. I mean, we've got lots of holy, so we'll make it the holy hammer. I know I did that with Zhao's sling as well, but holy's apparently a very common element for me to be finding, so we'll just go with that. And it should be a relatively safe one to use against most enemies. Not that I have to assign it to it, but can't hurt. I believe the element also will change what the burst effect from the hammer shockwave will look like as well. Nah, didn't really look that different. Now, much like Zhao, I would definitely say Goro is one you're gonna want to use lock-on for, since his is just a forward attack. It doesn't, like, have any real sweep to it unless you do the charge attack. Stalks his prey. Get bonked. As you can see, enemies also can just very easily move out of his reach. Thankfully, he does have iframes during his spin, as you saw there. Oh my god. Just die! Accept your fate! Do I have, like, a rock or anything I can throw at you? Being obnoxious. Nope, I don't have any of the throwables on hand right now. Gotcha. That's fine. I'll take getting poisoned just to have that enemy be defeated. So I don't think... I don't think it mattered that I killed that. I probably should just left the witch alone. Yeah, didn't drop anything, so yep, shouldn't have bothered with that. There's the mustache key I needed. Here's the map. And open! That's everything. Okay. And there's just some chests along the way, which makes sense. Can't really have any Atlas spots here, considering we are Goro and Goro only. Mole. There's another mole. It's very satisfying watching one of those hornets get splattered into the floor. Yep. Had a bad feeling about that one. Ow. Gotcha. Now he had the shiny stone, so that one was important. I don't suppose you want the shiny stone. He actually did. Wasn't that lucky? That means we don't have to fight anything else on this floor if I don't want to. I'm at the very least gonna go loot that other box. Boxes. Also make a sundew run here, which might be fun. Nice. I think, though, that the limited floor thing does still count on the backside of the floor, so that's worth keeping in mind. But the plan is we run in, grab whatever we can loot, and leave. I'm not planning on sticking around to fight things in there. Away! Like, it would make a certain degree of sense if it would allow you to switch characters on the backside. I don't think that's the case. I'll be honest with you. Territory 12. Backside. Mighty Healing, that'll be good to replace the ones that I've had to burn. And the one I had to sell. Didn't have to sell, but you get the idea. We can also heal and get water for free at the back of this place, so that'll be helpful. There's one chance left for a big chest. Ooh, there's a ruby. Rubies are good. And no big chests. Sad. Holy gem is not bad, though. Take that. Go ahead and restock our water and then zoom our way on out of here. Because we've already opened the exit. It should stay open, I do believe. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be sad. So, you know, buckle up for Sad Track, because that could easily be the thing that happens again. Away we go. Still, more good attachments are always nice, because those gems will make building items up much easier since they cover multiple things at once. Actually getting kind of warm today. Yeah, it's still a limited zone. Gee, I wonder, is this a chest? Nope, it's another King Mimic. Oh no. Because remember, we opened all the boxes on this floor. That physically couldn't have been anything but a Mimic. Okay, we don't have to be Goro anymore. And he got some good training on that floor, so we'll sort it up again for a bit. Since there's Atla to be had. Watermill again? Magical gem? God damn it. I made that same mistake before, and yet here I am doing it again. Which, if I get poisoned, again, we're obviously gonna have to do something about that situation too. There's the map of this floor. There's also another cabin. Not gonna deal with whatever you are, don't need to. Grab the Atla, grab the heal, and we're out of this bit. Back onto the other side. Fine, you wanna have a go? Die. Oh, time for Goro. You would think one of us would be able to just jump on that button. Just like really stomp it down. But no, you need Goro's hammer. You know, in hindsight, that other carnivorous plant might actually need to die in order to give us what we need, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Which, that's a whole other note on the whole why is it called a cannibal plant thing. It may actually have been meant to be called like carnivorous plant or something, but a translation error happened. Just bear in mind, translations and localizations are not perfect, especially in the era this came from. There's a lot of, we kind of filled in the blanks as best we could type translations, or it's adjusted to flow a little better, but they changed it a little too much from what it was intended to be. These scenarios. Like the use of words that would not exist in the kind of time frame that this is showing, or even the type of culture this is an area supposed to be imitating would not use those words, etc. Just flying around at breakneck speed here, don't mind me, as I slam my face into all the walls. Nope, no good there. I was expecting him to shoot first, so I got ready to sidestep at the shot like that. As you'll notice, he can't pass under me when I'm jumping. So charge attacks are definitely the answer to the moles, no matter who you're playing as. Well, assuming you're playing as somebody who can charge attack. That's about the one consequential bit there. There's another one of the things we could possibly need. I'll take that hit. That's completely fine. Nice. So yeah, maybe I was talking out of my ass with Goro being the best choice. But I feel like all power being equal, Goro would still be the better choice because he can default attack the moles, whereas we'd need to use a charge attack to land a solid hit on them. I told him to start charging, and it just didn't happen. Which it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Even if he had started charging, he would have died anyway there. Kinda figured he was gonna have the last one. We'll run over here to the healing pool and bring myself back. You can't bring somebody back with the pool, as you can see, because you can't switch, but I can bring him back with the revive powder and then fix the half health that he comes back with from here. There we go. Let's go fetch what's on the other side of here using Zhao's ability. Another amulet. Chop down Flea. Nothing. More importantly, grab the last Atla that's on this floor. Which was worthless. Well, not completely worthless. I'm pretty sure to fulfill maximum requests, you do need the trees and everything too, because I'm pretty sure some of the people ask for more tree cover and such to be around them. Nope, do not want shiny stone. So the one I got first wasn't gonna work. Oh, I didn't have to fight the mole that killed me, because it's the red berry. Hooray! We still have plenty of resources to keep going. We don't need to go back to town yet. I say as I almost reflexively left anyway. Which wouldn't have really been an issue, but it wouldn't have been beneficial necessarily. Oh, there's the werewolves starting to spawn naturally. That's gonna be fun to deal with. I seem to recall that they're one of the most dangerous things in here. Oh, most dangerous if you let them attack. Obviously, they're a little slow on the uptake sometimes, so you can just rush them. Watermill 2, as opposed to Watermill 1. Oh, there's Sunday again. Just one-shot his ass now. Works for me. Not bad, some power powder is always good to have. Time to jump. I'm so lucky that he got hit there. Oof. Hold that thought. Time out. Don't want to waste any absorption. Okay, I just need a bit more metal and some ice, wind, and holy. So let's go ahead and try to get the ice, wind, and holy done now. So I have all of the above. I don't know how much of all of them I need. Probably aren't gonna have enough holy from that. Where'd that holy gem we got go? Oh, wait, no, the holy gem was the throwable kind, wasn't it? Peridot give holy? It does. It also gives a lot of beasts, so that could have solved that problem earlier. It also gives some attack. I feel like this is overkill, but you know what? It'll get the job done. Go, power up powder. Okay, it just needs more ice and more wind and more metal now. holy is enough, so it's probably like 16 of each of them, something like that. The speed is maxed out, which is a shame. That means I went a little overboard there, but that's not a surprise considering. This would be the only way for me to... No, this doesn't even give wind either. That gives more ice, which we don't need probably past that amount. And I don't have any metal breakers on hand. Did I really just, like, not get any metal breakers at any point? Don't have any. So... It's a good thing it'll be a bit before that's ready to level, because we'll hopefully have time to find something that'll let me finish that job. We've nearly succeeded in building it up, though, so we're going to finish building it up. And it'll be the first successful built-up weapon we have. I don't know how to feel about the fact that we're potentially going to have built up a weapon before we even have a weapon for either of our other characters. I feel like the oh, yeah, I'll just call it a seed. The seed that this game's operating off of is nasty. Towards everyone but us. Because most random settings are seed-based anyway, so calling it a seed's reasonable, even if it's not a randomizer. Which it technically is randomized anyway, because of the nature of RNG. Not an inaccurate statement, it's just not a completely accurate statement either. There's the one I was talking about before. Max weapon durability decreased. It only knocked it down by 1, though. It's not a big deal. It's just one of those things where it's like, come on. It's a full swing of this weapon that I just lost. There's the gem. Quite a bit going on this floor still. Holy water. We could still get a sundew. I would be completely fine with that. We got 2 chests for there to potentially be a sundew in. Another stairway. Another witch. And another torch. Hey, free repair powder. You know what? It ain't a sundew, but that's fine by me. I accept this. Torch. Okay. That enemy I left behind might actually have the last item. And it's another holy water. Okay, never mind. I might just go kill that last enemy that's on the map on principle then. Madam, perish. No, I must have all the items then. Oopsie. Give me healing water. There we go. You know what the weirdest thing is? By all logical conclusions, I slept better last night than I did the night before, and yet I'm more tired today. I know this is not the first time I've dealt with this, nor will it be the last, but it just throws me every time. It's just like, but why though? Why am I more tired when I sleep good? And like, the logical assumption is I sleep too much when I actually get better sleep. And as much as that's the logical conclusion, it's somewhat illogical in nature anyway. Like, it's kind of flawed logic in some ways, presumably. Oh, interesting. See you. Yeah, bear in mind, where his shadow is deceptive. His shadow is off to the side, where he actually is. Which is just a funny trick. Funny, funny, funny joke. Ow. It's sad that I keep having to destroy Halloween. I like Halloween. It's definitely in my top 3 holidays. Just gonna go ahead and put that antidote amulet on there now that I realized I didn't have it where it was supposed to be. Prevent me getting poisoned. Mostly because we weren't dealing with these little lights on the landscape as much, so I kind of forgot about them. Like, they're very funny, but they're also very annoying. Just constantly walking around going nah, 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 and doing annoying things like poisoning me. Huh. Found row. Now, the thing I was going at, though, is the fact that... How to explain what I just saw? Basically, my phone seems to have given up on notifications from a lot of things again. Because while we were in area transitions, I was checking on other things as I do. And I realized I had like 10 notifications on Blue Sky that my phone didn't tell me about. So, you know, hopefully none of those were time sensitive, because I don't really have time to sit there and actually read them right now. I just wanted to see the basic idea of what's going on there. Or so I can keep track. Now that this is ready to level, though, we have a problem. Because it's not gonna be up to the point where it's gonna need to be. Okay, yeah, that's mostly what I expected to see. Because none of these give metal hunting, right? No. Nope, sure don't. All of these would have been better ways of getting the other thing I was looking for, but none of them give metal hunting. And I don't think the dagger had metal hunting either. Why would it? Yeah, no, it has none. It'd be a great way to transfer some mimic hunting. Ooh, this does have the wind gem that I need, though. Forgot I stored some stuff in the other weapons. Because it had been that long since that was relevant information that I forgot. Yeah, because there's a lightning and a fire in here as well. Well, I guess we can see about getting everything else sorted out then. We'll chuck an extra thunder in there to fill out the last slot. There's no sense wasting absorption by not fulfilling that. So build up. It actually doesn't have enough ice and wind yet. What? Why? How much of those does it need? If I thought it was gonna need more than 16, I would have put another ice gem in there. God damn you. Well, at least that's a relatively easy problem to solve. The alternative is I status break this thing to supercharge something else. But since it's so close to turning into a new weapon, what I think I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna just switch to a different weapon for a while. Aizawa Sword, perhaps? Which that can upgrade as well. The upgrade on that's actually not gonna be too bad to do, so we'll swap to the Wise Owl Sword then. So that should hold up fine around here. As you can see, not as strong, and I don't think these guys are weak to wind. They may actually have been weak to lightning. But it'll do the job. Oh! Just popped back to my brain. There was something I did want to talk about. And that is, I want to do some tweaks to my design. The armored dragon thing was never really what the main plan was ever going to be to begin with. But it was something I knew I could make. So I went ahead and did that. But there's still more redesigning coming down the pipeline. Because I want to make my dragon self here stand out more. But I'm really not sure how to do that at this point. Like, I don't really know what other things to add. As far as things to add to the main version. Not to, like, various variants that I have. Because I can't just keep making variants. I mean, I can physically keep making variants all fucking day. But I want to actually, you know, go back to the main version again at some point. Because that is, after all, the original, the main identity, etc. But I've never claimed to be, like, an expert designer or, like, a master of character design, particularly. I just put on what I think I want at the time, put on what I think will look good, and I go with it. I've not studied it or anything. Like, hell, I haven't even really done any, like, research into what people would like. Because I'm never gonna build anything based on what I think other people want to see. Even though that would be the thing that would get me noticed faster, that's never gonna be how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna tell you all that right now. You can take that to the bank. I'm not gonna, like, capitalize on trends with my design or anything like that. That just ain't me. Like, by all means, if other people want to do that, by all means, do what you will. That ain't me. And I don't even think I want to keep the armor, necessarily. Like, I do want to have an armored version, still. Ooh. Use our treasure chest key, and what do we get? Fucking another Shamshir. God damn you, game. I had hope that I was gonna get a weapon for someone else again, finally. Because I don't think you get the weapon for the character that's opening the chest, because we got a sword when we were playing as Xiao before, I seem to recall. So I don't think that's a mechanic, unless maybe it's more likely if you're playing the character at the time. I don't know. Because let me tell you, something about the odds of this particular save seem to be out of whack, considering we've gotten literally nothing but swords. On the rare occasion we even get anything. We're gonna go ahead and run to the back side of this floor as well, because we have access to it. And maybe there we will get lucky and get more things. it is worth noting, we have finally used up all our treasure keys. So that could have consequences. Like, if I do actually find more big chests, we're gonna have to actually guess them open. Which will be fun, because you guys will finally get to see the guessing game in action. The good news is the guessing game is only a 1 in 3. Because there's only 3 trap types. Unlike, say, Wizardry or something that usually had, like, double lines of traps that it could potentially hit you with, and some of which would just kill people straight up. I do enjoy the guessing games there. I don't know why, because they're, like, more often not pure guessing games. There's just something fun about that. Jesus, the mimics. I just realized there's, like, a mimic-centric floor here, because I didn't look at the map till now. Yep, there went I think our last Dran's Feather that I had on hand. Yep, sure was. Well, we're gonna have to pleb it up and slow ride our way through this place now. Which means water's actually gonna be a little bit more of a concern. Yep, King Mimic. Kinda figured. Had to check. If I didn't check, it was gonna be the one that was actually a real chest. We all know how that works. Oh, there's a metal breaker. Okay, that's 1. I'm gonna need more than that. I'm assuming I'm gonna need 2. Because it's gonna be a similar number to the other ones. Assuming that logic is correct, which it could easily be wrong. Holy gem. Yeah, see, those are the throwing gems. I should have realized with the other one when it said that it was elemental gem instead of just being like a precious gem like a peridot or a amethyst or an emerald, etc. Because that's how the naming convention works. But sometimes I don't pay attention to the logic of things and just go, ooh, happy thing I want. And then disappointment sets in when reality catches up. Case in point, reality asserts itself and I'm once more disappointed by the reality of how many mimics are on this stupid floor. Another amethyst. Hope you like mimics, cause boy, if we got mimics. Sky Hunter, not terrible. This was worth going over here for. Not really exactly what I was hoping for, but it was worth coming over here for. Thinking about it, and this may sound like an absurd thought, but since my goal is to just get through Dark Cloud ideally this month, I may very well, like, convert literally every day aside from Thursday into just powering through this. Unless I come up with something specific I want to do. Now, I know that flies in the face of how I normally do things. And I don't tend to derail myself that much in this particular way. But again, it's a long game. And I would really figure that people would rather see it rather than have to wait like a month for it to finish. And I don't know which way that actually will go. So if anybody has specific thoughts on that matter, by all means do share. I'm open to people's thoughts on that as well. But back on the, like, character design thing as well, because I interrupted myself on that thought because I was in, like, 6 places thought-wise. I do want to have, like, a more clear steampunk-inspired design. Because I'm missing a lot of aspects of that as far as I'm concerned, considering that's kind of one of the main things that are supposed to be shown here. including in the overlay. There's a few other things I'm going to be changing about the overlay coming up here soon as well. So I have not made decisions about exactly how it's going to be changing, just there are things I want to change. Like, I don't think I'm going to be moving anything around too much or anything, just like there's going to be things added to it and some coloration changes and things like that will be happening. Let's hop out of the dungeon for a moment. I want to keep improving everything for y'all, but I keep having these times where I genuinely run dry on ideas. Like, I feel like I have lots of ideas, and then I sit down and actually try to do anything with it, and then I realize there's no actual ideas there. Like, they don't actually work, and things like that. And I'm just gonna be honest about that. There have just been so many ideas I've had pop through my brain, and I've just dismissed them because they won't work. Either I can't make that, or like it just wouldn't fit, or wouldn't look good, etc., etc. And some of that is obviously I say it won't look good, which is not a guarantee of anything. And some of them I obviously should probably still try, but they just end up not happening because I make that assumption before I get to that stage. So it ends up not being a thing that gets put down on paper. In some cases, quite literally. I have fucked up the river. I have killed Treant by fucking up the river. There we go. Ruined everything. I'm not gonna bother like putting down trees. And yeah, it's just hills and shit. I'm pretty sure some of the people in town want their houses on hills. So we're gonna hold on to those till I actually worry about that part. There must be more houses. Then again, these wells all need their torches. They all need their buckets. Wait, no, yeah, all of the water wheels need torches too. So never mind. There can't be that many more houses then. Never mind. I'm talking out of my ass. I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, obviously, some of these things go to the houses that we have left, but some of these definitely go to these wells and water wheels. Should talk to Ro and find out what the last thing he wants is. Gob, and presumably has the other things. Because we know Couscous wants fucking grass on his roof. So we might actually have all the houses. Maybe. Let's go and finish the watermills. We should be able to pick up some items from all of these things. There's an item right there. 2 items. Cheese, anti-curse amulet. Fortunately, the door is on the other side. Gotta go back around. Wait, where is the door for this one? I guess this... No, it was right here and I just... Okay, brain. Why are you like this sometimes? There's a Beast Buster. Another gourd. I feel like I'm out of my gourd. Item right over here. Fence for Zhao. Very good. This is when somebody's gonna scream at me in like the YouTube comments or something that I've been pronouncing Zhao wrong the whole time, which I probably have been. To which I say, I am a white American. What do you expect of me as far as pronunciation goes? If you expect anything other than failure and butchery, you are going to be doomed to disappointment. I will try my best, and I will probably fail. She actually has the most defense on the team now because of those 2 fish candies we picked up. What a world we live in, where the slingshot odd character's the one with the highest defense. Another gourd. How much water am I gonna be able to carry? Jesus. I honestly might save them for the next area. So you've got 6, I've got 6, you now have 6. I'll save that last one for the next character. His 6 is plenty of water, or for anybody to have. Like, even now we end up running low on water occasionally. But that does not mean that I have to prioritize having more water on every character. Right? Right. This is why checking every nook and cranny matters. Oh. That was weird. I don't like it when my phone does that. Anybody else have their phone just occasionally light up like there's a notification, but there's nothing there? Like, I literally just watched it light up without anything touching it. But nothing was there. Then again, my phone is an old piece of shit, and it might just be freaking out. Wouldn't be the first time on that one. Oh, I did not clear these out. Which means this must be the one I didn't go in yet. Because we put down 3 of them. Sea Killer. Another gourd. Good lord. So much gourd. There's some items over here. At least a item. And gem, always good. Just gonna fly around a little bit and keep my eyes peeled for items. I can't, like, zoom in this mode, unfortunately. I can only look from this height. But we haven't checked this well for items yet, so there's probably gonna be something up here. Well, good news, there was something here. It's called disappointment. How about this well over here? Does this well have anything? Nope, sure ain't. Alright, I guess we have to finish them probably to get items to appear, which is probably why there was so much stuff at the water wheels. It's because they were finished. Unlike the people's houses where at various levels of development they get items. Mr. Owl, how much for this? All your money! That didn't really flow as well as I wanted it to. But it happened, I tried. Sell all these amulets. I still have my escape powder on me. I need a bunch of repair powder. That might be too much repair powder, but you know what? That's what I've got. And you can buy multiple Wise Owl swords, so it's kind of silly to be like, this is a legendary sword. I have 6 of them. What? I have like a box full of legendary swords now. But legendary. It can be legendary and still be unhelpful. Oh. Actually, we're gonna pop over to the Odd Gaffer. I know he had a couple buster type things in there. He might actually be selling metal busters. And that'll allow us to finish upgrading the sacks. Okay, hold on. We can also double check our storage and see if we've got the elements that I need in there. No, he had a Dragon Slayer, not a Metal Buster. Damn you. Does sell wind and ice, though. Oh, I really don't have any room, huh? Well, we'll go ahead and drop these off and collect the ones I already have, then. You know, I don't know if I did this on purpose or not, but it's very convenient that I put the Hag's house next to the shop. Go ahead and put the Mimi in here, in case I decide to actually do some fishing. And we will take one of our Dran feathers back out of here so I can use that. The sacred gems away. The holy waters. Basically, I'm just building up an arsenal in here, apparently, and if things go wrong, I will just pull out a pile of throwable weaponry and just go nuts. Okay, so let's check in all of the things we have more than 2 of. This way we have room for more attachments. Okay, that should solve that problem. Now we know for a fact that this needs the metal breaker, and it needed more wind and ice.
Hello there.
Hey Callista, how's it going? We'll go ahead and go back to using the sacks. Because now that it is actually going to gain something from it, we're obviously going to make use of that. Back over to Matataki we go. And actually, looking at the map, presumably each of these spots that are on the map are going to be places we're going to go. So we actually have a lot more ground to cover than I thought. We have 5 more areas to go to, not counting that cloud-covered section. Which I'm assuming the cloud-covered section is probably going to be the last place we go. And maybe not all of them will be full-fledged villages that have dungeons and everything. Hard to say. Either that or this is going to take a lot longer than I thought. Which wouldn't be the first time on that one, would it? Which would give me more reason to actually do it 4 days this week. And then maybe after doing 1 week where it's 4 days, then go back to doing just 2 days a week. Give it like an old jump start, you know? I could check inside everybody's houses as well, but I'm not gonna go sifting through every house right now. I don't see any real reason to do that at this exact moment. Especially not when we're almost done with this dungeon, because I'm assuming it's going to be a similar length to the last one. It might even be longer. Bro, door please. This before I fight the werewolf. Oh, there's the grass couscous wanted. So I'll be able to finish that house. Got sundew so we can go to the backside immediately. Yep, considering how hard it was to get to the door of that one, I was getting a bad feeling about that. Ow! That was my face. Keyword to that being was. Is holy hell, that hurt a lot. Yeah, let that be a lesson. King Mimics are no joke. Like, they never have been particularly jokey enemies. aside from being a little goofy looking. But they will mess you up. Sneaky. We could hear him stomping. Hiccups, please. Yeah, we could hear him stomping around, but we didn't know exactly where he was. So him waiting right around that corner for me was actually brilliant on his part. There's the mustache key to open another door. You know, thinking about it, at this point, I don't know if I would actually be lucky or not to have a room full of with a bunch of large chests right about now. Ah, now it's time to force the chest. So, the trap must be poison, the trap must be an explosion, the trap must be a curse. I think it's a curse. It was poison! And you know what I didn't buy? I didn't buy any poison cures. The good news is, though, if we do it again, the trap must be poison, because we just got poisoned by it. And we got a Buster Sword. God damn it, game. Like, don't get me wrong, overjoyed to have a nice new sword. What part of I need other weapons did you not understand, game? Buster Sword, though, let's see. 24 attack, 40 endurance, 50 speed, no elements. It does have metal breaking. It does have quite a bit of metal breaking, so if it really came to a desperate position as far as upgrading the sax goes, we could use this to do that, but we're not going to because it's got 4 slots, and I would like to utilize a weapon that has 4 slots. That seems like something I would want. Anyway, there's your tutorial on how the guessing game works. It's literally, you don't have any information, you just pick one and hope for the best. I went for Curse because that's arguably the worst one. So Poison's pretty bad too. Explosion's not too bad because all it does is blow you up and hurt you. Though I think there are points where the explosion will be enough to kill you, and that could be a problem. Like, that's one thing to be concerned about. Some gob. Yeah, that water doesn't taste right either. Definitely gonna have to bring that up later. Not that we'll be able to replace the filter right now, really. That's a whole other problem. Which means I'll have to find workarounds for the whole water situation. Water quality doesn't seem to have gotten so bad that I can't drink it at all. I just can't drink a lot of it at once, seems to be the thing. Because the more of it I drink, definitely the worse the response was getting. Which is interesting, because I blamed the water bottle I had for when this was happening before. Because, for those who don't know, I had for the longest time a filtered water bottle that I was using all the time. But I threw it away a month or so ago now, because it had gotten a little nasty and I was getting a sore throat when I was drinking from it. So I assumed I just failed to clean it properly, and I was doing all of it. But if I'm getting it just from a glass taken from the filtered part of our tap here, there's clearly something else afoot. Ooh, Another chest. But we just got a treasure chest key, so I don't need to play the guessing game. And it's another sword. Fuck's sake. Like, I swear I remember getting other people's weapons when not playing as the other character. I am so confused. Deal with that. Notification later. Now, admittedly, the whole water situation, I might be able to fix it just by fiddling with the filter. Because what I noticed is because we got a Brita filter for those who are curious. And it's one of those ones that blinks as it's filtering. So I suspect, since I didn't see any blinking when I was running it today, something's gone wacky with it. Now, it's a big, wide question as to what's gone wrong with it. But I assume no light, no good. I don't know if that's because the filters died, like the filter itself, or what yet. I'll need to look into that tomorrow, probably. This is obviously going to be late enough when I'm done with this that I ain't going to really be too about dealing with that. And I'm mostly rambling about that to fill air right now, because I don't really have anything else in particular to talk about right now. I just realized something I forgot. Which is probably negatively impacting the numbers around right now. Sometimes I'm bad at this. Sometimes I'm very fucking bad at this. Guess who forgot to turn his Discord activity back on? So nobody in my Discord probably knew that I was live right now. And to think, I was usually so good about checking that, too. But I saw that somebody messaged me, I'm like, wait a minute. They know not to message me if they see the little purple bubble, unless they are just gonna leave a message there and I'll deal with it later type deal. It's like, huh, that's weird. And then I saw other messages popping up, I'm like, oh no, something's wrong. And I went and checked, and lo and behold, I just completely blanked on doing that. I'm good at this, I promise. Okay, this is almost leveled. And it's already filled up with things it's probably going to need. So what we'll probably do is after it levels, I'll use the power of powder to finish the job. Because presumably the metal breaker I have on hand will be enough to finish it. If it isn't, I'm going to be sad. No. No. I knew it was gonna be the damn red berry. When it moved, I'm like, fine, I'll stick to the spot I was aiming for already anyway, instead of sticking to the red berry, which is the one I was going to pick second. So I was gonna just go left to right. Wait, we do have the sundew, though. So now that we've opened the door, let's go back and actually go into the back section here. In my whole ramble about water, I forgot about that. Yeah, we do have a jug of water on standby, so what I might do to solve that problem is I'll just drink from that for a bit and see what happens. Because the last time I tested this, it proved favorable because the sore throat stopped. and everything kind of went back to normal. You would think I would have remembered that, since it was like a month ago that this happened. It wasn't that long ago. And I would have come to this conclusion a lot sooner. When you're distracted by 1,000 things, because there's constantly shit happening in this world these days, it's easy to not notice a simple thing like that. One of you little bastards. Not relevant to my current needs. Yeah, that's your behind the curtain peek for the day, I guess, is I'm having trouble with the water in the house. Which there's numerous water-related troubles these days, but that's a whole other problem. Leaky pipes and things like that. Nothing major. There's one that's just like, dripping a little, so I just probably need to fix it. Because, you know, it's winter, or at least winter is approaching, so all of the pipes and such are adjusting to the different temperature, so things are gonna freak out, etc., etc. Most of y'all understand what I'm talking about, I'm sure. And if you don't, give it time, you'll learn by virtue of having to deal with it. The short version is, as things expand and contract due to temperature changes, shit breaks sometimes. That's basically the easy answer of that whole thought there. As it turns out, pipe fittings are not the best thing at constantly growing and shrinking. Even if they grow together and shrink together, they don't always grow and shrink a uniform amount together. And I'm obviously not giving you the whole answer there because I'm not a plumber. I do not know the full detail there. I just know that this is the basic idea of how this ends up happening. So there's your random tidbit for the day too, I guess. Be mindful of how your pipes go together, or your pipes are going to start leaking. Which in more modern houses probably aren't going to be nearly as much of a problem as it would be in older houses. Why did I leave? I think I autopiloted it out of there. I'm a little low on healing. Well, not really, because I have lots of cheese. I have no idea why I left. I mean, I guess I may as well save. So if something goes horribly wrong on the next floor, it doesn't affect me. Huh. I was just talking about pipes and suddenly I was out of the building. Oh, actually it was a good time to step out and save. I didn't even consider that. Maybe I knew deep down. Maybe I remembered. I doubt that, though. I wouldn't give myself that much credit. Light is coming from the soil. Use item with square. Nope, not the ointment leaf. Didn't think so. I don't think I have something for that. I think I actually am gonna need to go get what I need then. So I was right to leave. God damn it, brain. Actually, you know what? No, I am silly. I did want to leave because I can finish people's houses, and more than likely one of the houses I can finish is what gives me what I need there. God damn it, brain. Why don't you finish thoughts sometimes? I'm willing to bet I have everything I need for Gob's house. I think we have basically all of Momo's house, because we have Momo and Kai. We got stairs. We got a cabin. You two are probably gonna have to live off on your own somewhat here. Oh wait, no, I can fit your house in on this side. Stairs are there, so I'll put you there. Now, back to this. Let's finish Couscous's house because we can put his grass on his house and he'll be happy. And then we're gonna have to run around and talk to people otherwise. There's the second floor for the mushroom house, which I still forgot to talk to a row about where and what and everything there. But I do have enough odds and ends I can probably finish all these houses. Let's just see what Couscous gives us first. If it's candy, I'm gonna laugh, because that would have also allowed us to solve the other problem. Want some candy? Yeah, sure, I'll take candy. Here! You don't like half-eaten food? Okay, then. This one's a special treat. Here. It is candy. So yeah, you would be able to solve the other house's problem within this town. And by the way, if you ever get overloaded with items, come to me. I can hold a lot under my fluffy grass. I'm glad you said grass instead of ass. See ya. Okay, so we have a storage in this town too now. Which I guess they do have only so much that they can hold, so a second storage is actually going to be helpful. They also had another goddamn gourd. And a plant buster. The plant buster being less of an issue, but another gourd is just like, why? I might actually have him hold all these damn gourds for me at this rate. Sky Hunter. Since Gob's right here, let's go talk to Gob. Or Gob's not home. Another Fruit of Eden. Good God. The gains, man. The gains! Oh, there he is. Oh, there is such an idea I have for you, but I cannot do it. That is not a voice I have. And he's gone. Oh, this might end up in a bad voice, but you know what? I might do it anyway. Might be funny. Gob, where'd you go? Before I second guess the voice I'm giving you, where'd you go? God damn it, Gob. I'm gonna punch you in the gob when I find you. You know what? Fine, I'll deal with the other people first. I'll come back to you later. Fuck's sake. Ice. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Mimic Breaker is good. Hates me some mimics. Jeez. Oh, that is not a mirror. Oh, this is the first time I've seen you. Where do you come from? From Norun Village? Sorry, never heard of it. Hi, Momo. Nice to meet you. What would you like for your house, Momo? Don't forget a nameplate in front of the house. Yeah, that makes sense. Need people to know whose house this is. Another Fruit of Eden, thank you. So many hit points. All the hit points. All mine! Mine! Thing. Give. I wondered about that. I had a feeling there was gonna be like another defense buff for us around somewhere near here. Just because they've been trying to keep us relatively even on our stats. Or providing those items. Speaking of, I'm just gonna eat both of those. Those are mine. Main character privilege, bitches. Anyway. That Gob reappear where I left him? Sure did. Oh, you're not from this village. I don't know who you are, but that's okay. I'm Gob, the vagabond cook. Remember that. Fucking sunbeam. Ah! My house's signature is a cool design combining bones and trees. Keep that in mind, will ya? That's not quite what I was gonna aim for, but you know what? That's where my voice landed and what voice I could do for him. That's the voice he's gonna have now. Pretty sure part of my brain abandoned ship on the voice I was going to give him. And you know, that might be for the best. I really wanted to go Australian with him, and I can't Australian. Yeah, there you are. Thanks to you, my house that I'm so proud of is restored. Pose. You know, it's funny that he ended up with that random sun flare because of the way he's posing here. Today I will treat you with a real man's cooking. It's a rare seafood dish. What, you're full already? I still have a lot more. What, already done, huh? You can't grow big and tall unless you eat. Hey, just a minute. Ta-da! It's a gift. Take it, okay? Frozen tuna acquired. Yes! Ha 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 ha, it's a bit big for takeout, huh? Seafood's hard to come by here. Enjoy! Now, you might be wondering why I'm excited about the frozen tuna. There's multiple reasons. 1, it's a weapon for Goro. 2, that's the weapon I was talking about. I thought it was a random find, so I did not remember getting it this way. And it might even be that you get additional copies of it as a random find. But yeah, it's just a big frozen fish that he whacks people with. It's hilarious. And it upgrades. Needs attack, endurance, and speed as usual. More ice, and just Mimic Buster, which, that's easy. It does only have 2 slots, but we got plenty of Mimic Buster. So we'll go ahead and put those in there first, and obviously Goro is going to be using this thing pretty much constantly now. Look at that durability increase. It's twice as much durability. Same strength, unfortunately. Oh, then again, its endurance is lower, so I think it is going to lose durability faster, but it has a higher cap. Well, we'll figure that out later. Anyway, that's Gob dealt with. His house is complete, and he's happy. And I am happy now because I've got a giant frozen tuna I can whack things with. Hey, job well done. So how's your wife lately? She doing alright? Oh, you're not married? Okay, I got you. You're a kid. You know, that makes sense. I know that sometimes you wish you were, though, huh? I don't know about that one. The torch keeps the evil spirits away, so don't forget the torch. Put out at least 2 of them. Oh, so you just need lots of torches. That's what your house is gonna need. Okay. Is your house again? Oh, he didn't actually need more than 1 torch. He just needed the 1. There we go. Those 2 are happy now. He's just up on the roof. They're both up on the roof. Grandpa, what are you doing up here? Come down. No, I won't. Why not? Don't you see? The evil cloud is about to veil the world. Stop talking nonsense and come down here. Momo, pray with me for world peace. Oh, come on. Are you nuts? Urgh. All in your own grandpa nuts? What a granddaughter. Can it be that you, Momo, that your brain is already infected by evil? Oh, boy. Don't mind me, I'm just bearing witness to this. That's a hell of a jump you can do. He really has gone nuts. Drax, you're the one who restored our house, right? Thank you. Here's something for you. Oh, Plant Buster. Okay, I got like 6 of those, but thanks. It'll serve you well on your journey. Yeah, it might, actually. Huh? Hey, what are you doing? You know, that's actually impressive. That he's managing to balance himself on a piece of wood like that. Is he gonna be okay up there? He's not up there anymore, it's fine. He probably fell off, but it's okay. I'm just picturing him stuck in the ground behind the house with his antlers embedded in the dirt. Momo's just out front vibing, doesn't even know he fell. I'm betting the balcony is what the mushroom house needs, because look at the picture there. But unfortunately, you can't just slot things in. You need to go talk to people and find out what they need. My inner introvert is sad about the need to talk to people, but, you know, we gotta make it happen. I mean, you know, it's maybe not so inner an introvert, because I don't think I've ever made any secret of that. Any? You are between me and items. You may not live very long. Oh, I guess you can just get sundews out here, huh? I wonder if you could get tram oil like that. Another fruit of Eden. Good lord. Annie, I have another very important question for you. Where the fuck's your husband? He's fucked off somewhere and I need to talk to him. Bro, where are you? I'm an old man. Wait. There he is. I'm assuming that's him, considering he's got a red hat. You're not from around here. Where are you from? Eh, what's that you say? I like seeing the view from the balcony at our mushroom house. Could you take care of that? You got it, boss. Would you believe that I already anticipated your need and basically had it ready to go? Boom, there you go. Hey you, this way, come on. Oh, I guessed right. Come on up here. Oh, they got a ladder that goes right there. There, you can climb that ladder. All right then. What do you think? The view from here is great, isn't it? I mean, it's a pretty good view of the village, yeah. I actually put you in a pretty good spot to have a solid view of a lot of other houses. And some decent fields. Didn't really give you too much to look at. I'm so happy that the house has been restored. I owe all this to you. Really, thank you so much. You know, based on the... I'll finish that thought in a minute. Now I need to return the favor. Huh? Yeah, let's see. Right, that's it. I have just the thing. Honey, what's keeping you? Gotta find it. Where did I put it? Found it. Oh, way to go, old man. How did you even fall specifically there? Where you fell off of? Ouch. Anyway, it's fine. There it is. Ooh, moongrass seed. That's what we need. That's almost certainly what we need. I found it walking in the woods looking for giant mushrooms. It never grows wherever I plant it. Trian said it would be something very good one day, but it only grows in a special place in the woods. Since you seem to go into the woods a lot, you might be able to find that special place. I already did. Well, look at you. Go on, kid. Good luck to you. Bye. So what I realized is, with the way this place is, with like the gremlin dudes and such, these guys have red caps. Red caps are like super nasty, like gnome or goblinoid, depending on where you find them, critters. So those two might be more upsetting than they let on. Just gonna leave that thought there for you. And that is the village complete. We have rebuilt all of Matataki Village. And now I will tear it apart for items. Ah! Could you imagine if you could actually like, disassemble buildings for items? So you actually had a choice to make between getting certain things and rebuilding people's houses? Oh, what a dynamic that would be. I might also be locked out of getting that item that's behind Annie. I'm betting Annie will move at a specific time of day, though, so it'll probably be fine. It'll just be a matter of you have to go there at a specific time of day to be able to get it. And it's almost dusk, so we'll wait a minute or two here and see if that's actually gonna be the time. We'll give this Fruit of Eden on over to Goro, so he's not too far behind me in health. Though he did not get any defense buffs because we haven't found any of his food yet. So, that's a problem. I'm thinking about it, we'll go and save. Make sure I am correct that the village is complete. As soon as I remember how to check that. There we go, analysis. Yep, complete. Once again, I managed to do a third of the requests by accident. I'd be impressed if it weren't for the fact that that's actually, like, reasonably safe odds in general. Okay. Deal with that later. Yes, she's out of the way. All it was a stone breaker. I'll break somebody's stones over this. Vengeance. Okay, we still have plenty of supplies. In fact, we actually have a lot of supplies other than water. We might actually need that sundew. Because I don't know if you need to wait for the plant to grow and the sundew might, like, make it grow faster. But anyway, back into the forest to go see the moon people. Moongrass seed. Big sprout is growing, but something's still missing. Maybe an item to speed up plant growth? Ta-da! I was right. I don't know if that was just basic reasoning there or if that was some buried memory kicking in again. But I feel like that one was pretty obvious, so I can't really take much credit for that. Monkey. That's a big fucking rock he's got there. Oh no. And we're trapped in here with Big Monkey now. Forest Keeper, Master Urutan. Drac, he's behaving strangely, perhaps under the spell of the Dark Genie. You'll have to fight him. Just like we fought our guardian Dran before. We're gonna have to beat up Master Urutan. Ow, 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 ow. Oh my god, that hurt a lot. No effect. Is he immune, or is that the element I'm hitting him with that's the problem? It wasn't locked on, so I couldn't block. Nope, that didn't hurt him at all either. Let's mash his toes. That hurt him. I think that might be the idea, is I might need to knock him down with Goro and then he's vulnerable. And yeah, guarding is the answer to the rapid shot there. Ooh, he got me through my guard there. Okay, now we switch because I will do a lot more damage than Goro will here. Yeah, 63 as opposed to the 10 Goro did. That's definitely better. Heal up. Switch back to Goro because he's the one who can knock him down. I completely forgot about these character swapping bits. I think I usually just used the character that did the thing for this instead of swapping back and forth like I've been doing now. Oh, I thought he was gonna start spitting seeds. Yep, he deflected that one. Got him. I really should probably just charge attack him there because it doesn't seem like I can consistently get other hits in. Enough of your monkey business. There we go, 1-3. That's pretty good. Up, he's running. Oh, I guess a regular hit knocks him down too. You just have to catch him at the right time. I might even be able to knock him down with the sword then. That might be why I don't remember this. Still, we're gonna get through this way faster than we did the Dran fight, unless he's got, like, way more health than I think he does. Just gotta be careful because he punches around my block like that so easily. Camera fucked me on that one. I'm not even getting to move at all this time. I think he's upset. So I think the second time, I think I did have a full charge. I just didn't see the indicator for it. Oh, he is so mad. I think he is, like, real hurt if he's acting like this. This is a real shame that Goro did not get any defense buffs. Down he goes. Oh, that was the killing blow, too. That was actually not too bad. Took a lot of healing because he hit real hard, but other than that, he wasn't too bad to beat. Just had to bop him on the noggin after crushing his toes a few times. Oh, what? What's happened to me? Who are you? Long story, bud. Oh, really? I didn't know. Wow, that was my fault. I must apologize to you. That was uncalled for. It's okay, you were under evil magic. You know, these things happen. Groundboo Village? Yes, I know it. That's where little people are. Come on, I'll take you there. Little People's Village is just over this rock. Oops. Guess you can't go any further, huh? Wait a sec. Yep. Just get that rock out of the way. How's this? Early-haired village chief's not so fond of humans, so watch yourself there. Don't suppose he can come with me. I guess he wouldn't fit in the hole, huh? Well, Brown Boo Village. Am I gonna have to fix this place too, or is this place still intact? I do not remember. Nope, this place is fine. Probably because they stayed insulated in the forest. And in a cave, no less, as well. So the genie might not even know they exist. Which, admittedly, us coming here might attract its attention to them. Oops. We'll find out. They look a lot like the ghosts we were fighting. Maybe the ghosts we were fighting weren't actually ghosts. That'd be awkward. Let's not tell them about that part. They might not appreciate that. I mean, we could send Zhao to talk to them. Zhao's not human. I mean, I guess half human. Mayday! Chief, this is weird. A human's come to the village. They never learn. We will have to go with the Be Aware of Nights When Stars Fall plan. Yelts Kraken! Kraken! Okay. Just checking on something, don't mind me. What on? Leave me alone, will you? Oh no, don't talk to me. Okay. What? You human? Get the feeling we're locked in here. Huh? Sorry, no strangers allowed. Well, we want to talk to your elder anyway. Oh, that's what they mean by stars fall, huh? Ow. Well, bingo, the first try. Look at it. Like, it's boring, kinda. What do you do with this? Fucking whop me on the head with a big old... I don't even know what. Oh, what are you gonna do, burn me at the stake? Say you come around. What's a human want in a place like this? Dark Genie? What is that? It's no use talking nonsense. Y'all are the ones who are supposed to know about the Dark Genie. I'm sure sticking your head under the water will help you reconsider playing the fool. Them! What? This person seems to be telling the truth. Crystal has... Please, just come. Here we go. Clunk! I'm guessing the crystal shows them things around the world and things in the past and present and the future. Definitely looks like an evil castle, huh? Gonna guess that I'm gonna have to go to all those outbuildings of the castle when we get there. So I'm sure we're gonna end up there at some point. Big, scary, evil castle with cigar or wielding genie. Hi, camera guy, I see you. Of course, you know, scrying on him probably told you exist. I feel a tremendous power. This must be the Dark Genie that guy was talking about. Is this the evil genie of darkness that our ancestors sealed? Probably. Told you so. Can you put it back? What? You're telling us to seal that thing again? No way, never. We could never seal that monster, not with the ability we have now. Theo was right. Magic is indeed the secret power the Moon People have passed on through the generations, but as we lived in this land for so long, we seem to have lost that ability. And we just don't have the power to seal a genie anymore. It doesn't mean that it's impossible, though. Well, what do we do then? There's no Moon People left here that can still use magic. But if you go to the moon, there should definitely be those that can. Exactly, you're right. We need to go to the moon. And how, pray tell, are we gonna do that? Also, which moon? There's 2 of them. People in Brown Boo have always prepared for this day to return. We have a ship to take us to the moon, hidden in a particular place. But can we really do such a thing? It's okay. We won't use it for a while anyway. Bring the moon orb here. Roger. The orb of the moon is a sphere to move the moon ship. With the moon orb, you can remotely control the moon ship from anywhere. That seems convenient. Oh no, the moon orb's missing. What do you mean, missing? Does anyone know where the orb is? Sir, the other day, Joska went to the Queen's to sell moon fruits. Could it be that it was accidentally mixed together with the moon fruits? Joska! Yeah? You know about the moon orb? Now that you ask, I do remember a strange colored fruit among the others. That must have been it. How could you do that? I'm so sorry, Chief. It seems we can't let you use the moon ship. Without the moon orb, we cannot operate the moon ship. Say, why not go to Queen's to find the orb? Oh, that is a good idea. You can find the orb on your own. Then we can operate the moon ship. These kind of things should be done by oneself, I suppose. And you'll return it after you're done with it. With them doing all the work, what are you doing? That's a very good question. Now, we'll mark Queen's on your map so you can go there. You better get moving soon. Off you go. Get the feeling he's gonna just foist all the problems off on us and not have to deal with anything after he tried to fucking waterboard me. He may have destroyed Queen's too. That spells serious trouble if he did. There might be stuff in here. Let's go take a look around. I presume we're allowed to look around now. It's only fair after they tried to waterboard us. Mint and lychee seem to be blocking me from going anywhere else. Did the fruit hit you? Sorry, let me make it up to you. The key words to create the mighty heavens cloud are ice, thunder, wind, holy, dino, beast, and metal. Let me mark that down. I don't know exactly why I want that, but I'm assuming that's related to a weapon in build-up. So, whatever weapon upgrades into that needs ice, thunder, wind, holy, dino, beast, metal. So if I see an upgrade that only needs those, I guess that might be a sign that it might be Heaven's Cloud. Of course, to build up to it, you must have a sword to begin with. Alright. Air Queen's is a great place with lots of food. Good for you. If they've got so much great food, why do they want your moon fruit? I mean, I guess it's to make some kind of like fancy dessert or something, probably. And whoever finds that orb's gonna be real disappointed they're not gonna be able to make it into a pie or something. You know, I said that as a joke, and now I'm realizing that might actually be the plot. This chamber's where moon fruits go and are stored. Okay. Strajgard, I understand. I'm assuming that's supposed to say storage guard, but they missed the O. I thought it said strange guard at first, so I was actually interested, like, ooh, that might be a weird thing. And then it proved out to be storage guard with a typo. Oh, that's these two again. I got turned around after I came out of the other building. I thought I did, but I wasn't sure, so I just kept going. This is a whole circle of houses. Just get out of this village now. Nope, not getting out. Gonna bother everyone here. Y'all tried to kill me, so I'm gonna bother the shit out of you. That's how this works. Already marked Queen's on the map, so go to the other area and go from that to find it. Wait. Also, you're not the one that marked it on my map. The Elder was the one that marked it on my map. Don't steal his thunder. He already has a little of it to begin with. That is heading out of the village, though there's somebody hanging out over here. Who are you? Your adventurers heading to a faraway place. You really shouldn't go on foot. Ain't that the truth? It's okay, we have magic teleportation bullshit to get us places. It'll be totally fine. And once we find your stupid moon orb, we'll be able to go to the moon. And strange colored fruit was the moon orb? Oh my. Yeah, you fucked it up a bit. Can't believe that Mayor Nimue is helping humans. You're talking to a human right now. Don't care, still don't like humans. You know what? Fair enough. I don't like humans that much either. I can completely understand why you don't like us. Especially considering, you know, you sealed the thing away and then the humans unsealed the thing you sealed away. Even if Mr. Nimue did, I'll never approve of humans. Humans, heh. Admittedly, you probably shouldn't approve of me. The first human our mayor liked. I wonder why you? Nobody ever said he liked me. He just allowed us to use the thing we need to make progress in this adventure. I think it's a matter of he understands he doesn't have a choice. For the world to survive, he has to help me. The classic but thou must situation. Anyway, we are out of here. We're going to Area 3, Queens, and not the area of New York. This is the area I remember stopping in. This is as far as I got when I played this back in the day, though it took me much longer to get here back then. But as you can see, just like everywhere else, this place is kind of fucked. Not anything here. It's a nice place, what's left of it. Plenty of room for activities, all kinds of nice things we could steal if there were things to steal. Like, this is a pretty nice trading hub, I would say, when it's intact. But we seem to be missing one specific important thing, and that is anyone to talk to know what we're supposed to be doing. So where's the entrance to whatever dungeon this place has? Oh, wait. Cutscene. I must have went the right way. Oh, yeah, because we go down to the docks, yeah, and there's people here still. Or a person still here. Oh, you! So there are other humans left other than myself. I thought I was the only one left in this whole wide world. Good to know there's someone, even though you're only a kid. I'm Rando. I sell goods here in Queens. And you? So you're Drac. Oh, we don't have to stand here talking. Why don't we go over to my shop? Right over there. One of the few things that still exists here. At least he's hospitable. But they brought that fat beast back to life? Fools, they must be from the East. A lot of hate for the East around here, I gotta say. They're probably right, but still. They're up to some madness again, those blasted Easterners. Blood-sucking scum of the earth. Even back then. Damn. So what's the moon orb like that you're looking for? Let's see, maybe it's lost in the undersea treasury. It's a shipwreck at the bottom of the Queen's Ocean. Queen's Sea. Most merchants in Queens use it as a warehouse. But it's changed lately. Now there's monsters everywhere. That giant monster that attacked Queens must be the cause. Today, it's so dangerous a place that we can't even go get our merchandise. You still want to go there? Alright, I'll help you. Come, follow me. I assume he's got like a boat that'll take us there or something. This Queens is a town of merchant traders. Some items we handle are real rare and expensive. Some expensive items need special care and handling. The safest place to keep such items here in Queens is And it's kind of a huge safe at the bottom of the sea, if you're wondering why that ship sank there, aren't you? It was about 100 years ago. The queen reigning over queens passed away. Ironic, that. And that was when the townspeople who adored the queen sunk her favorite ship along with her. Kind of like a wet Viking funeral. That's the wrecked ship at the bottom of the sea near Queens. When Queens revived as a merchant town, the late Queen's sunken ship started to serve as the undersea treasury. Sounds a bit disrespectful, but merchants are practical. They make the best of any situation. What? Oh, how are you going to get there? Submarine. Take a look at that. It is the submarine turtle that makes trips to and from the shipwreck. Convenient that that didn't get put into an Atlas and sent off into the middle of bumblefuck nowhere. This is what the merchants use to ride to and store valuable items in the treasury. There, it's all yours. It only carries one person, so you have to go alone. How do you operate it? It's easy. You just get in and it'll take you to the shipwreck. It was designed for merchants who know little about machines, and they're only good at counting money. I'll be in my store, so stop by if you need anything. My store carries lots of stuff. Oh, I'll give you a hand, but I have to charge you for the goods. Even at times like this, a merchant is a merchant. Take care. Yeah, you know, that's fair. Ignoring the fact that he wouldn't have any business if the planet blew up. Just saying. Just saying. What do you actually got, Rando? You've got premium water, cheese, holy water, soap, mighty healing, repair powder. Yeah, all the things we'd need, and honestly, the premium water is gonna be really convenient. And of course, a merchant town only has premium water. None of that regular water for us, no. Yeah. Well, we have everything we need for the moment, so I have no further use for Rando. And of course you can fish here, as you would expect. But off to the undersea treasury we go, because we got some time left in this session, so we'll make some headway into the undersea treasury while we can. And behold, the third dungeon, the Undersea Treasury. As you might imagine, it's all gonna be nautical, pirate-themed stuff going on down here. You even ride around on a big old hook. Shipwreck. For us, it basically is just a shipwreck. It's no longer the Undersea Treasury, since it's full of evil. This area is obviously also going to step up the difficulty a bit, so bear that in mind. Okay, let's go back to Thunder, because I'm assuming ice isn't really going to be the one down here. Of course, yeah, the pirate, it's Skeleton. Very readily defeated. Gunny the crab. Oh, there we go. Upgrade time. It's full right now, right? Yep, okay. Upgrade! Now, is that enough of everything else? No, it still needs more ice and wind. Fuck me, man. Needy fucking thing. There's the ice. But in this metal breaker that we have here, it's a good thing we have to do this right now, though, because we do need the space. I don't actually have a second metal breaker, huh? Well, toss this wind in there too, then. Upgrade again! Okay, it just needs a bit more metal break. Thank God. It's gonna need one more level, though, in order to achieve what it needs, then. And we're gonna have to find a metal break. What'll more than likely happen is once I max out the ABS on this, if I don't find a metal break by then, I will just put it away, like stop using it, and then level it up and build it up once we finally find another metal break. There's a lamp. Everywhere's got lamps. Everybody needs lights. There are different types of lamps, but everybody needs lamps. Sunshade, obviously in a coastal town you'd want one of them. Spout. Not really sure what the deal with that is. And there's our access to the other area. It's a filling area with water. Am I hearing things? I hear something like whistling. So yeah, we'll need to find something specific to enter the back area of this place. I remember finding a lot of cool weapons here. I'm probably not going to find nearly as many this time. Like, I spent a while here farming, which is part of why this ended up being where I stopped playing, because I got distracted by other games, and I think I kind of burnt myself out by farming here too much as well. Which we've all been there. You spend a little too much time grinding in a game, and it's like, you know, I'm kind of done with it. Depending on how well things go in here, we'll go down a couple floors, and then we'll probably pack it in for the day. Which may mean we end up packing it in a little on the earlier side, but that'll be fine. Found Sam. We found a singular sign of life, other than Rando now. Hooray. Go. Ooh, that was almost bad. He drained a lot of durability with those. The good news is we have auto repairs on hand, so worst case, it would have been fine. But let that be a lesson. Don't hit an enemy that's guarding, because even if you've got really good endurance on your weapon, that will drain a lot more durability. Grab me a road. Come here, Corsia. Die. Thank you. I don't know what the item to go to the next floor here is, and I don't remember what the item to go to the backside is, like I was talking about. I feel like the item to go to the other side of this dungeon is weird this time. Like, it may not be obvious what it's for when we get it. I don't think the potato cake's it, because that's just fishing bait, unless it has more than one use. Pretty sure it doesn't, though. There's the way out. There's the hook. Which, yeah, no, in hindsight, I should have thought of that, because you just rig the hook up to the chain, and that's how you go up. Wait, King's Hideout was one of the first buildings you find? I remember that at building. You end up going in there a fair bit, if I recall. Because there's a couple specific things you have to do there. I'm mildly surprised that you get that one early on. In here. But what do I know? Dredging, like, way old memory at this point, so I could just be saying blah 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 turkey sandwich for all I know, and it would make as much sense. another lamp. 'Cause that's what we need. All the lamps and none of the buildings. Honestly, I wouldn't mind a bunch of lamps and no people, no buildings. But we need the people. I'm just gonna check to make sure that the potato cake isn't somehow used here. Nope. Thought so. Pretty sure it has to be a specific item, like it's a unique item to here. So that ticked a thing in my brain as to what the thing that takes us to the other side here is. I think I remember something, but I'm gonna let it be a surprise. That's the pulley to the hook. You can go to the upper level. Yeah, because this whole place is vertical, which most places have been, but it doesn't like have stairs, as you can see. You constantly have to go up and down lifts instead. Wow, on this floor, using a weapon reduces ABS. Weapons can't be changed either. Oh, fuck me. Guess we're not making progress on getting this weapon upgraded right now, which is fine, actually, because of the fact we don't have the metal breaker we need anyway. Oh yeah, that's right. Curse only makes you unable to swap weapons. For some reason, I thought you couldn't attack in this game when you're cursed. But this floor's already cursed, so it doesn't matter if we have the can't swap curse right now. So I guess the curse effect on the chest isn't the worst one then. I guess poison really is the worst. Eh. Foggy memory strikes again. Which is weird, because as soon as I saw those roses, I was like, oh no, I remember that thing. I remember these roses being like such a problem. But then again, I guess since my goal would be to upgrade my weapons and get other weapons upgraded and everything, they would be a problem, is if you can't swap to anything else, you can't upgrade multiple things. And they do a fair whack of damage as well. And bear in mind once again that when I was younger, I also did this way worse. So anything that hits hard would be much more of a threat than when you have no resources. And I definitely had worse weapons. Despite all the time I know I spent upgrading weapons, it was after I started this area that I started really upgrading my weapons more seriously. And I certainly wouldn't have the same amount of defense I have now, because I don't think I chased down nearly as many of the defense increase items that we have this time. More sunshades. I need some houses. Somewhere there's houses in a ball. Which ball has my house in it? Who knows? That's right, you can't curse me again if I'm already cursed. Yeah, we heard this one through the wall. I swung too early. No. No. She loves me. She loves me not, as it turns out. There we go. I swear, some monsters just don't have any sense of a bit, huh? Sign. Now, the problem is... we still don't have any buildings. We still don't have any weapons for anybody other than us. Which, that's less of a problem, at least. Actually, no, we did get the frozen tuna for Goro. Never mind. We technically do have a weapon. It was one we were pretty much guaranteed to get, but it's still a weapon. And it is the one I wanted. That does explain why I had the frozen tuna for Goro, though. Back then. Huh. I remember getting other hammers for him, too. Like, I specifically remember, like, this spiky metal one. I think he does get an axe or two as well. Ice gem. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Not that I need it or want it, but I hadn't seen one in a while. Fish push cart. Okay. I'm assuming there's gonna be a couple push carts because of the various vendors and such that live here. Ah, yes, a tree. A vital part of any town. Though they probably care about their trees a little bit more here because they don't have any particularly naturally. So their value of trees here is definitely going to be higher. But I assume they're probably going to be like palm trees. Nothing out of him. We already have the hook, so I'm not sure why I'm expecting to get anything out of the enemies. Third area in, we're still getting magic power +1s. What a world. What's in this? Watermill is, you know, they got lots of water here. Why not use a watermill? There's the map that we no longer need because we've been to every room on this floor. But, you know, gotta get it anyway. It's totally relevant. What's in this box? I wonder, Jack store. I think you can actually shop at a lot of the stores that are going to be available from this town as well. This is the place I was thinking of when I said there might actually be somewhere you could buy weapons. Is when I said that yesterday, my brain kind of ticked a little bit and went, wait, Merchant Town though. I don't think we got anything that stands out as this is how I get to the backside of this area. Nah. We could just try a bunch of items if I really wanted to, but we didn't get anything unique, so I'm pretty confident that ain't gonna be something that happens here. It's the pulley with the hook, and away we go. Thanks to having weapons with some real durability, we can actually, like, fly forward a fair bit. Well, some real durability and some real damage. There's the hook already. We could literally just leave and go to the next floor immediately. But then the town would be in shambles. Which I want to say that's something I did do when I was younger as well, is there were occasions where I would just leave floors early and never come back and get the rest of the Atla in them. Which was obviously one of the things that contributed to me not getting half of the things I needed. Like, I would complete some of the places as I needed to. Because I obviously had to figure out which ones I needed to finish in order to get anywhere. Joker's house. Okay, since we're also gooey now, I'll go ahead and use the Mighty Healing to clear all of that. Because it only shows one of them, but they were both in effect because I could feel the slow. Let that be a note, is it'll only show you whatever the game prioritizes as the worst effect. Not all of the effects that are on you. That's kind of the downside to having it be on a giant plaque like that. Missed it. I can't see you, but I'll hit you anyway. Now, that was very dangerous to do, except for the fact that we had auto repairs. Is if he blocked while I couldn't see him, I easily could have snapped my weapon like a twig. And it would have been very bad. It would have been funny. It would have been very bad. Come here, you. Another one down. Anything in here, or are you gonna be another mimic? Oh, ice block. Wait, no. That I think might be important. I think I might be onto something here. Picking up that ice block ticked a thing in my brain. It's time for something that may or may not make any sense at all. Oh no, I'm cursed again. Joke's on you, I'm always cursed. That's my secret. I was cursed from the day I was born. Another fish pushcart. What's in the Wonder Ball? Sheriff's office. That's a very big prize to fit in a Wonder Ball. I'm impressed if they managed to do that. I was already committed at that point. There was nothing to be done. The hell of a thing is this floor didn't even have a back section. Fun fact, I'm pretty sure that's physically impossible. But it would be very funny if now that I'm like, ooh, this is the thing, I couldn't go there. Yeah, it's in the room I didn't go to. The room that only has enemies in it. Stamina drink. I can hit harder with the power of stamina. Let's go ahead over to that question mark, because I'm pretty sure I'm correct. And it's gonna be weird. Not the fact that I'm correct, though that's kind of weird in and of itself. What's gonna happen when I use this ice block, if I'm remembering what this does correctly? It's gonna be a little weird. It's a real shame there isn't a fountain on this floor. But they get real bad about not giving you any fountains at this point. So I remember having thirst problems a lot more often. So if I go on down to ice block, hold to the touch, keeps fish fresh for a long time. Nope, it is not actually what I needed there. Okay. What is the ice block actually for then? Is it's something specific? Lunar, thank you for the raid. And I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce your name. I'm gonna go with Ziryuzoku. Please let me know if I'm wrong about that. But either way, thank you both for your raids. Hopefully you both had a great time doing whatever you were doing today. Were you together, or is this a convenient bit of timing? Do tell. Let me know what y'all were up to. And welcome everybody to me trying to work my way through the third area of Dark Cloud. For anybody unfamiliar with what Dark Cloud is, basically an evil genie blew up most of the world, put them in balls, and I'm trying to put it back. There y'all are. That is the very short version of how things work in here. Oh, nice. Hopefully y'all had a good time, as I said. And I do appreciate you both bringing people on over here. Just trying to pull my body back together a bit here, don't mind me. I have seen Haunted Paws mentioned a few times. It looked very interesting from the little bit I saw. Is it actually out at this point, or is it still people playing the demo? Ah, the playtest. Okay, that makes sense. I'll need to keep that in mind. I assume... Well, yeah, the playtest probably doesn't have that much time left on it by this point, because... Since I first heard about that a few days... No, it's been longer than a few days. It'll either be there or it won't. And my feather broke, so now I can't go fast anymore. I didn't think to bring a spare. Yeah, by all means, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please do so. Please make sure to take care of yourselves. That is the most important thing. Yeah, you caught me between multiple thoughts there, so I had to pull brain together again for a second there. Place the hook, and off to the next floor we go. I could leave the dungeon, but let's go ahead and hold that thought for a second. And speaking of hold that thought, I'm gonna snooze those ads to buy y'all a little bit more time since y'all just got here. No sense in making y'all have to put up with ads right now. Ruti? As for anybody coming in late, those orbs are what I'm going to be reassembling the game world from. You'll see what I mean about that when I leave this floor, because we'll have enough stuff built up that I can actually do that. So I'll give you all a quick primer on it using the Georama parts right here. Because what you do is you actually put people's houses back together, and then you put them back in the towns they came from. one of the main things is going to be actually talking to the people and finding out what actually belongs in their house, which is where those question marks come in. Shady owner of the crystal store right there. I seem to recall spending a fair amount of time in Joker's store when I played this back then. Long ago. We don't quite have his whole shop. Got a chimney of some kind there. And we got 3 guys who belong in King's hideout. Obviously, the rich man with 2 followers being King himself, as you might imagine. Okay, Wilder's deputy means you must be in the sheriff's office, which means Wilder is the sheriff, which we don't have yet. And Ruti, the fish storekeeper, we don't have, probably. And yeah, there we go, weapons specialist, so we'll be able to buy weapons at Jack's store. We'd need another sign for that. I don't have what I need for any of the other houses. Yeah, that's the basic idea of how all that works. Why were we given the responsibility? Quite literally, the Fairy King said so. He just decided, you're a kid with a good heart, and you're one of the few people still on the face of the planet. Here, have this magic ring that lets you who touch these. Ah, this guy finally showed up. You're supposed to have seen him forever ago, as he's got a chance to appear in every chest. Hi, is everybody happy? A present from the Happy Clown. Choose whichever you like. You can either choose the big box or the small box. I don't know what the odds of anything good from either of them are. The fact that I'm hearing battle music while he's here is hilarious to me. We're gonna go with the big box. Let's be greedy. We get cheese. Great. You can get some very good things from him. Your odds aren't great, though. As fun as his little box picking game is, I do frequently view it as me just missing out on getting a weapon, potentially, since those are usually the boxes that have weapons in them. Some bomb nuts, okay. And that ship cabin key is essentially, as you might imagine, the equivalent of like the mustache key or the bone key from the previous areas. It just gets you into part of the floor. Nothing exciting. Is of course, as each dungeon proceeds, the complexity of each dungeon continues to expand. Oh, we found King, so we'll be able to put him in his hideout. Stew. That is not actually food. I think Stew is actually a person. I think he might actually be one of King's dudes as well. I remember that name for some reason. These fountains are great because they heal all that ails you, except your weapon still's gonna be breaking, but that's fine. Yep. King, rich man aspiring to be mayor. Goes right there. Yep, King's follower, quick-witted. He is the brains behind King, which I think... I'm starting to remember now. I think King tells you to always go talk to Stew. King doesn't talk to you himself. I think that's why I remember Stew. That sounds like I think it would be correct. Oh, this is what the Evie is. It's a shrimp. Ship cabin key opens this. We can carry on. Got the antidote drinks. Can't cure our curse still, which the curse really only keeps me from switching weapons, so it really doesn't matter to me. I'm just gonna ignore it. Speaking of curse, I've been cursed with damn mimics in this save. Is for those who weren't here last session or haven't been here much today, quite literally the vast majority of the boxes that would ordinarily have weapons in them have been big mimics. In all the dungeons we've been into so far. It's an impressive ratio, all things considered. Like, I'm pretty sure I saw more mimics in the first dungeon than I did the entire time I was playing when I was younger. And that says a lot, I think. Ooh, I almost broke my weapon. We have auto repairs, so it would have been fine, but I keep dancing on the razor's edge with this thing, and it upsets me greatly. We'll stall that ad some more, because I'm probably not gonna be on long enough for another ad to play, so I'll just keep stalling that one until I run out of stalls for y'all. I was planning on probably only going for another like half an hour or maybe a little bit more than that today. So apologies to those that rated in expecting this to go a lot longer, but unfortunately, you know, limitations be limitations. Do appreciate every one of you anyway. Want to make that clear. Ah, damn it. Covered in goo. We got soap for that, though. We'll be fine. Just gonna kill this one before it covers me in goo. And yeah, bear that in mind about these cursed roses. They have two different status effects they can put on you. They curse you and they slow you. They're kind of nasty. They may, in fact, be the worst. Lock-on is your friend when you can't see what you're doing. Another fish pushcart. We've got 3 of them and nowhere for them to go yet. But one of the question marks on any number of those buildings could be a pushcart full of fish. Gonna go out on a limb and say probably not on any of them, since one of them's a weapon specialist shop and the other one is a crystal man who we already know all the stuff on. And why would King have a bunch of fish? Then again, he might be a fishmonger. It might be his day job. Okay. That doesn't work for that either. And he will always do that generic, like, hand X every time you pick the wrong item for something, by the way, because he's making it very clear to you, no, that doesn't work. We're gonna run over to the fountain right quick to restore our thirst. Again, for those coming in later on, that thirst meat up there is very important. If that runs out, you start draining health. Much like I had yesterday, I will point out that this is very much a mystery dungeon game in a lot of ways. Like, it shares a lot of concepts with mystery dungeon style games, which I do really think is another reason why I ended up going for that style of game so much as I grew up, is because I grew up with things like this. At the time, I obviously did not realize that that was a connecting point at all. Because the only game of that type I would have played by this point would have been like Chocobo's Dungeon 2. I think would have been the only one. I may have played like one other thing in that vein by that point. Oh, we have to be Zhao on this floor. That could be inconvenient. She has not gotten a new weapon since we got her, and we've had her for basically the majority of the game. Like, she was with us since the second half of the first dungeon, since she was our first companion. Get used to the eight noise. Because unfortunately, she does that every time she shoots. Oh, and that's a fucking mimic too, right? Oh, and if you are not fine with swearing, you may want to head onward, because I don't swear as much as I used to, but I do still reflexively swear fairly often. It's a work in progress. That is part of why this stream has a mature tag constantly. And things end up getting discussed on occasion that, you know, would not be suitable for all ages. So just bear that in mind as well. You know what? Let's do it. I'm out of here. Taking the water and I'm leaving. They might have the hook, but we'll worry about that if I don't find the hook elsewhere. Is her damage output just ain't it? We really need to get her an actual weapon. Okay, you know what? That'll help. Pumped with energy means she does a lot more damage. As you can see, a lot more damage for her still is not that much. Is the kicker for those who would not have seen how she fights is, damage is predicated on how close to the target you are. Which is not what you'd really want for a ranged attacker. But that's how her attacks work. You know what? Speaking of how things work, erect. I found them here, so it's not like I'm losing anything by using them. If anything, you lose more by not using them. There we go. Free sea killer. Where is the exit? This is Xiao's purpose in life, is being able to get us across ledges like that. No one else can jump on this team. And you might think I'm joking, but genuinely there isn't even a jump button in this game. I didn't find the key, did I? Nope, sure didn't. We can lock onto enemies through the walls, which is always amusing. Doesn't help anything, though. Just gotta run all the way back down to the other corner there. I could leave at any time. I have escape powder. Which you can only leave the dungeon by reaching the exit, using escape powder, or doing Mind Connect with the Fairy King when there's no enemies left on the floor. Which, at that point, you may as well just go to the exit. Is if there's no enemies left on the floor, you've probably cleared the floor and done everything you were going to do on that floor. It's a bit of a weird one there. One of Xiao's best benefits, fighting-wise though, is all shots take 1 durability. His durability is instead replaced essentially with ammo, in Xiao's case. Unfortunately, against a lot of these things, a lot of ammo gets used. A lot of ammo. But it can lend itself to a certain efficiency, like I discussed yesterday, against specific enemy types. Now, the good thing about the fact that we're still stuck with Xiao's starting weapon is everyone's starting weapons can't break, so you can't end up with a character who can't do anything. Which is a kindness on the part of the people that made this game. Otherwise, you could have ended up in an unwinnable situation, potentially, where you have nobody with a working weapon anymore because you just didn't maintain your weapons at all. Though, an argument could be made that if you are down to your starting weapons, you are practically dead in the water, but that's a whole other question. Now, it is worth noting, you can actually cause yourself to have the potential of having an unwinnable situation, though, is you can synth sphere your starting weapons, which turns them into a upgrade item for a different weapon. So you can kind of see the logical problem there. And I actually don't know what the game does if you do end up breaking all of your weapons after that point. I don't actually know what happens there. I do know what happens here. I find more mimics. Xiao is also the one I have put the least amount of health into because expectation of ranged character not getting hit, etc., etc. We don't really need water yet. Especially since there's a fountain down the other end, where we will be going back to, since we need to get across where the key is. Presumably this box over here has the key. Ta-da! Now we gotta run all the way back. We have the hook, so I don't have to fight these guys. These guys are irrelevant. I could upgrade the slingshot again, but I don't care enough to shoot a dozen slingshots into these guys to do that. And right about now... just gonna run all the way back. Oh, the excitement of running a small cat girl all the way across this creepy shipwreck. Always hop off at the fountains. Do not use items when you could just use the fountain. Something, use your infinite resource. It's just practical, you know? This guy's a little bit more dangerous, but he's also faster to kill, so he'll at least be worth shooting. There we go. Hit it with this one. I don't think I have enough shots left to kill him, though, unless I'm really good. Nope. The auto repair would kick in, but I'd rather save the auto repairs for when I genuinely fumble, which will happen. At some point, I will break a weapon by accident. Everything is mimics. Came all the way over here for cheese. Hate it here. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Nuts to this floor. We'll actually go rebuild the village a bit. Or the town, I guess. This is the first one that isn't an actual village. Also, I ran out of snoozes, so ads are gonna have to happen. Not that you're gonna miss much during this particular ad break. It'll be me placing buildings down and running out of here. So, really not too big a deal there. Ad time is busy work time. Now, we have to actually walk off the dock, because this is one of the few places where you can't use edit mode. I remember that about this place now. You have to actually be in Queens itself, because that's the part that you're actually rebuilding. The dock is actually, like, shockingly intact. But behold, we can fly around as a pointer finger, and we can reassemble this entire town. King's Hideout. Going over here. Actually, no. If I'm right in my memory of having to deal with him a few times, let's put him somewhere we can actually get to him pretty easily. Like right here. Ditto with Jack and Joker's stores. Because we're going to be wanting to go to them fairly often. It's going to make them unhappy. Because there is actually like a request system where you can find out where people want their houses to be put and things like that. Because ideally, you're putting the town back together the way it was. I am not going to be doing that right now. That is a between-stream situation. So for now, all of the houses are getting clumped in this square here, and they're just going to have to live with it. Because I need to loot their houses. And I do not feel like running all over town. Tasty water. Door's locked. Yeah, this being a merchant town and got an active crime syndicate in it, pretty sure doors are going to be locked around here. Unlike all the villages where the doors were unlocked. Oh no, this one's open. One with lots of stuff to steal is the one that's open. Huh, who knew? Nothing we're allowed to touch, though. Look at all this gear, though. Look at all this armor we totally could put on. And nope, this kid wants to travel light and just wear a shawl all into combat. That said, I don't think any of that armor would have fit him anyway. He's a little scrawny, and that armor was pretty big. Let's go talk to King and Stu and see if they've got anything to tell me. Because at the very least, one of them should be able to tell me how to rebuild their town, their house. Or in this case, their base of operations, really. Can't really call this a house, necessarily. He's got a pool up here, though. That's fun. There's King himself. This is no good. Commoners don't just walk in and talk to Mr. King. Don't you forget about my car. Don't you love that sleek body? Not bad, right? There's Stu. Looks like you can't open it. Okay. King, where's Stu? You don't know either. You know what? That's not a surprise. Stu might be wandering around out here somewhere. But we do have King's car, so we can restore that immediately. Hey, Gem? Speaking of, before I forget, let me go ahead and do that. As you'll notice, there's now the silhouette of a car here. And mind you, this is not a world where cars are common, so him having a car is actually exceptional. And it's a big car. Look at this stupid thing. Got enough seating in the back for like 9 people. It's very silly. That'll make King happy at least. He's got his car back. He can just drive off into the sunset and pretend none of this happened. Now, the reason I'm poking my nose around here again, though, is I'm checking to see if any chests spawned because of me doing that. Because one of the things that happens is as you rebuild houses, chests will appear. Can I go in here now? Nope. I think that room doesn't exist yet, and that's why we're not allowed in there. So I need to make the room exist again. Let's see. I don't see anything else obvious sticking out anywhere. Oh, there's one. Oh, our attachment bag is full, huh? That's inconvenient. Do I have room on this weapon? I do. Is how you make your weapons better is you slap all these bits and bobs on them. Don't have what I need for this weapon to reach what it needs to, because you build them up by fulfilling all the requirements on them. This one just needs a little bit more metal breaking, and it's ready to go. So actually, let's not put anything else in that weapon. Yeah, we never did look at how much... You got 3 slots. And what do you need? You need just attack, ice, thunder, and a bunch of breaker stuff. Okay, good for you. We'll deal with you later. This one needed all of the stats, a lot of that. Okay. Let's go ahead and load this one up with Mimic Breaking. And some elements for the time being. Until you upgrade a weapon, like by leveling it up, you can just take those attachments in and out all you want anyway. So worst case, just start filling weapons with attachments as a means of storage. It will save you some headaches in the long run. I'll throw some speed in there because I think it needed speed. Speed might also be the only thing that it didn't need. Mimic Breaker. Okay, that's great. I need Metal Breaker, game. I just need one. I'm pretty sure one Metal Breaker will finish what I'm working on. Another Fruit of Eden, that's 10 more max hit points for somebody. The rate we're going, I might give it to Zhao, because the game is really enjoying giving me limited areas where Zhao has to be used. Hey, you don't look like you're from around here. This is a good town, so make yourself at home. My name's Sam. I'm Sheriff Wilder's assistant. Good to meet you. Please place my patrol bicycle outside. Kid on a damn bicycle, thinking he can patrol all the town and keep it safe. What's he gonna do, ring his bell at you? I guess you'll get up in the basket. I could move the sign down here, but considering we still don't know what this is and we don't have Wilder, it doesn't particularly matter. These things can be freely moved around from house to house until you finish the building. Once the building's finished, that item's locked in there. And you don't have to worry about, like, oh, does this sign say the right thing for this building, thankfully. It's just, oh, it's a sign. It'll just fill in what it needs to when it goes there. Magic is convenient that way. But we're gonna go back in there for a little bit longer, and then we'll wrap up for the day. Probably go down like a floor or 2 more. I'll also stop off at Rando's shop. Eventually, we're looking on items. Yeah, I do only have 3 repair powders left, so I probably should pick up a couple of those at the very least. Because you saw how quickly I was going through them before. It's kind of important. Also, didn't go in here. Got any boxes in here that I can take? Nope, you don't. Rando, you disappoint me. Wait. Loot. Thank you for the free cheese. And the free gourd. So, for anybody that came in from the raids and such and are wondering, why is this man excited about gourds? They increase your thirst meter. The only reason I even have 6 bars of thirst on everybody is because we found a lot of gourds. Now, I'm currently pooling them for the next character I get, but I have 4. 4 is a little more than I'm gonna need, so we'll go ahead and add another one to our main character here. I don't actually know what the max amount of thirst is for somebody to have. I'm assuming it goes all the way across the screen. And part of me is tempted to find out, but I would really like to prepare for our next character, because they are probably gonna be one I'm gonna use a lot. Like, I'll be blunt, they're probably gonna replace Zhao entirely. In terms of getting used in combat at all. And that is very much if you know, you know. If not, you'll find out when I get to them probably tomorrow. Because I don't think we're at a point where I'll be able to get them today. Oh, okay. Go ahead and grab a couple Dran feathers for speeding up. Grab a couple bombs for dealing with annoying enemies. It's expensive, but we'll grab one in case I get hit with curses and nonsense again. Sell the Mimi. Sell these potato cakes because I got a bunch of them. Get used to that dinging noise, because anytime I'm doing business, it will ding. You'll notice that that ice block we found is gone. Wait, no, I think I remember what the ice block does now, and it's stupid. The whole situation with that is stupid. Since we're probably not gonna run into it happening, I'm gonna explain what I think I remember. I'm pretty sure you need to get a specific fish, and the ice block will keep it from going bad in order for you to go to the back area of this dungeon. Because you need to feed something that specific fish in order to go back there. I feel like that's correct because I have a vivid memory of being annoyed by that. Because I'd get to the thing and the fish would have rotted right as I arrived. Back in we go. Respond to this. This way nobody has any questions there. And yeah, there was no Atla on the previous stage because only the main character can activate Atla orbs. Because they've got the fancy gem on their hand there. The Atlamilia. Fish. Dead fish. Pretty sure he's weak to lightning. Which this sword is using, so that's why it just rinsed right through him. Which is part of why I put it back on Thunder after we got done with the previous area. Fire gem, you throw that, it makes fire. Sword's almost ready to upgrade again, which is wonderful and inconvenient simultaneously because we don't have what we need to finish building it up. And I could just get extra levels for it. It's not like it's a big deal to get extra levels for something. But it's not as helpful as being able to actually build it up would be. Oh hey, a Drand Feather. After I bought 2. Thanks, game. That's clearly what I wanted. But I did forget to put one on the bar, so maybe the game was confused. Maybe it thought it didn't have any. Maybe the game was actually trying to be helpful. He says, knowing that that's a lie. Because it keeps doing this to me. If it wanted to be helpful, it wouldn't keep sicking mimics on me. Mimics are why we have trust issues. Well, among other things, but, you know, that's a whole other discussion. Ship cabin key already? That's convenient. Yeesh. Oh, wow, I thought that was gonna kill him. Then again, I guess it is an attack and a half when you hit a charged attack. Lapping fish, that's what we need. Oh, and I don't know where the extra area is. I see fresh fish. They will spoil unless kept on ice. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Oh, that's a Zhao jump. Now is not the time for these to be a thing. Yes, Windows. I know. I don't care. Shut up. I will probably be one of the first to die in the robot revolution because I yell at my computer all the time. Ta-da! You give this guy a fish, and you can actually go to the other area. This is why I said it's kind of weird. A young general appeared. Why he's a general and not an admiral? Good question. But our weapon is maxed out. I didn't get any metal breakers, did I? I have nothing that'll add metal breaking. So we'll just leave that in stasis at that spot then. Use a different weapon. Go back to the Wise Owl sword. Start working on getting this built up too. Speaking of, we'll go ahead and status break the dagger. Meow. Oh, right! That's the thing it does! That's why you never can get into a completely unwinnable position. Even if you status break it, it just makes a new one. I forgot about that completely. But now we can put the extra speed, endurance, and damage on this weapon and make it way better. Speed is like super maxed out, as you might imagine. Now it won't tell you if those are the stats it needs until you combine it completely. But we can work on that a bit more. So beast and plant is what it needs otherwise. We got lots of plant breakers, so we'll chuck one of them in there. And I think one of our gems gives beast. Not that one. That one gives plant. I've not really used that at all. That one gives mimic, so I don't have the one that gives beast. I'm pretty sure one of the gems we've seen does give beast. I think it might have been the Peridot, though. One that I don't have any more of. We'll go ahead and just load it with more plant and fighting power for the moment, then. And we'll go ahead and go along with him. You have to get eaten by the anglerfish with his giant life preserver floaty. Be taken to the other area. You would think you'd still drown swimming along inside this thing's stomach. Or, you know, getting melted by stomach acid or any number of other things. But nope, we're here now. Now, for those who came in late, the reason why we always want to go to these backside areas is they have a lot more loot. They are more dangerous, which is worth considering. But they also have much higher likelihood of having attachments and big chests like this. Except this is a big mimic. Again. God damn you. You know what? Actually, no. We're gonna stand our ground. is I need more treasure keys. Now, you'll notice he's glowing. That's because everything in here essentially is under the effect of that stamina boost that raises damage. Oh wow, you just didn't care about that at all, huh? We're gonna be here for a minute. Got him. And we just got money. That was not worth it. But, you know what? I got some vengeance out against one of the king mimics. Because that's the thing in this world. There's two sizes of mimic. Just regular mimics and king mimics. Because clearly we needed more mimics in this world. But there's also a lot more likely to be weapon attachments like that thunder we just picked up. So basically, if you're trying to get good weapons, you want to come to the backsides of stages as often as you can. So you can get all the attachments you need and all the weapons you could desire. Except if you're me. If you're me, you get all the mimics you could desire and more. With an emphasis on the more. Well, max durability decreased. Sad days. Speaking of sad days, now here's the thing that clued me in that this is mostly going to be mimics. You'll notice a lack of red dots other than the mimics we passed on our way in here. This whole stage had nothing but treasure boxes in it. Now you might think, oh, the game's being really generous. No, it's always mimic hell if it's nothing but chests on a map. And we know that because of the magic crystal we picked up, because it carries over to the backside of the floor. I've mentioned this before, but I'm reminding and informing to fill some air here. We'll go ahead and upgrade the Wise Owl Sword. It now will permanently absorb the dagger. And it now has a star to show that it had one of those put into it. It has enough endurance now, which is surprising. Needs more attack and more magic. It also needs more plant. Okay. Needs Thunder and Holy still as well. This is what gave it plant. Right? Yeah, plant and dino. It also gives it the magic attack it needs. So sure, we'll go ahead and do that. Now obviously you could look up what the requirements are for these things and all of that. And I highly recommend you do so for your own sanities. Don't be like me. Don't just blindly do this. It is not recommended. If I finished that combo, I was pretty sure I was gonna break this weapon. There's another annoying thing about mimics is they do chew up your durability pretty good. Especially if they get it in their head to start blocking, which they can do. One of the many little things about this game that was constantly an enduring memory for me, by the way, that mimic laugh. That mimic laugh came with me alongside the combat music and a couple other things about this game for all eternity. Just hearing something go at you like a goddamn evil dolphin. Does this give Metal Breaker? It does not. It gives Mimic and Stone, Ice, and nothing else. Still a useful gem to have, just not the one I need to make the sacks upgradable. I'm just trying to avoid wasting weapon experience is the only reason I'm not still using that sword. technically, you could argue that I'm still wasting weapon experience by not leveling it since I put so much into it. But it's fine. Oh. And away we go. Blub, blub, blub. Blub, 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 blub. Based on how long we've been on this floor, I'll probably just end off after this floor, actually. Because we were here longer than I expected to be. But I also didn't expect to immediately be able to go to the backside of this floor. I'm pretty sure that most of these are going to be mimics. I'm pretty sure I cleaned out all the chests in this room. But I was running fast, yeah. So I couldn't be sure if I had actually grabbed all of them or not. Disregard the mimics. Boing, boing. There we go. Now I could put Goro to use because he at least has a weapon that could transform as another way of spending the weapon experience from enemies we'll be killing here. But at the same time, I think we have the hook, so I don't even have to fight anything here anymore. We have the hook. We do not. Never mind, I do have to fight. Which, bear in mind, any of those mimics could potentially be the one that has the hook. Which is the other reason why I killed that king mimic. Actually, was the king? No, the king mimic was in the backside, so he wouldn't have had the hook. The only enemies that'll drop the thing you need to go to the next floor is things on the front side. There's nothing on the back side that will give you anything required for progression. Since it's RNG whether you'll get the item to be able to go back there or not. Oh, I didn't even realize I didn't have the map. What do you know? There's a whole room that I didn't see, but that makes sense. Oh, there's Rudy's store. Which we have Rudy already. So we might actually be able to finish that one reasonably quickly. We'll reassemble the town a bit when we get back, too. That won't take too long. So many mimics. Pythro is definitely getting real tired of my nonsense. Not helped by the potential iffy water quality we're having right now. Please let something other than a mimic be the one that has the hook. I don't want to have to fight a pile of mimics. Might have to fight a pile of mimics, though. Gonna have to fight a pile of mimics. And I think I remember now. I think those Gyons are the only things that can drop the floppy fish. Which sounds like a hell of a sentence, but you know what? It's true. Exactly what that is. So many mimics. This is the disadvantage of using a lower level weapon. This durability is pain. All those mimics and not a single one of them had the hook. Okay, down the line we go. It's a shame. This has a lot of Mimic Buster on it, and it's still not really making up for the just lack of power this weapon has currently, compared to our other weapon. Like, it's obviously not doing bad, because it's killing them in like 3 or 4 hits. Okay, now we can get out of here. Not gonna bother clearing out all of the mimics. That is most assuredly what would be filing under not worth my time. Zhao do the honors here. Up we go. Now back over to the Queen's section itself, and we will reassemble and then pick out a raid target. Because we should be able to get some solid work done here. Rudy's store can also still fit in, so we'll put it here. And obviously Rudy is the local fishmonger, considering the two fish carts. And yeah, one more item, so probably can finish Rudy's house, which will start the process of clearing everything up. Taking this first. Hey, brother. You're not from this town. Good to meet you. I'm Rudy. I own a fish store. I'm not open for business yet, though. What do you need? I have 3 fish baskets. You thought it was 2, didn't you? Don't forget now. Lucky for you, I have all 3. There you go. And it kind of fits because if you think about it, it put them on either side and there was this big open gap in the front. No door to activate it with, so we'll just talk to Rudy and that'll sort that out. Hey, how may I help you? The store's reopened today. Lots of fresh fish here. Why don't you buy some? Ah, that's right. You're my first customer. I'll give you a special discount price. Here. We get a flapping fish for free. Make sure to keep it cold or it'll get rotten. Always place it next to ice if you keep it in a bag. I'll give you some free ice for today. This is how you learn about how the flapping fish and everything works. Make sure to buy from me from now on. I'll give you the best price. Which you can buy fishing bait, ice blocks, premium water, stand-in powder, bunch of water. Nothing too exciting. We'll go ahead and grab a second ice block because I think they deteriorate separately? Question mark? But obviously we're not going to be making use of Rudy's services too much. Unless I'm really aiming to guarantee going to a backside of an area. Which, sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. If I'm aiming to grind weapons, I may very well just buy those in between sessions and do that. I do have what Joker needs. We never did even talk to Joker. I forgot that we had actually rescued him immediately. Prison for this goes here. So let's go talk to Joker, because his shop should be open now as well. Which I think we might not have been able to talk to him yet, actually, because his door was locked. And I don't think he was outside. Store's closed today. Go home, will ya? Fine. I forget. It might be a specific timing thing for him to open up. We can, like, hang out and wait for night for a moment here while I look at the raid list. See who's doing what. There we go, nighttime. If his store's not open at night, which it might not be... see if he'll open up now. Knock, knock. Nope, still closed. He might be only open in the morning then, which means I'll deal with that next time. Still, we got a good bit done. We went a decent few floors into the shipwreck. We cleared out the forest entirely. Rebuilt all of that village. As long as we keep on with this pace, it's going to take us a bit to get through the game, though. We're going to need to pick up the pace a little bit here. But I think some of the other areas are going to go faster. Especially, as I mentioned before, as we get stronger. But since I'm making sure to, like, rebuild the villages and everything completely, instead of building only what I know I absolutely need to, it is probably going to take the longer than the 30 hours that was listed, which is why I was saying I might do extra sessions of it this week. So if you're enjoying watching in Dark Cloud, look forward to Friday and Saturday. I may very well do it those days too. But it's guaranteed to be next Monday and Tuesday that I do this again. And I will, of course, be joining some friends for Godbreakers on Thursday. That'll be later on this Thursday. And then there's something special next week. But we'll all have to wait and find out what that is next week. Now, as to where I'm sending us all, that's a very good question. I haven't figured that out yet. A lot of my guaranteed choices are not currently on. So I need to actually sit here and pick and think. This is going to take a solid minute or two here. Because I am picky. As we've discussed on numerous other occasions, so I'm not going to go back through all of that again. I don't really have too much to talk about tonight either to kind of, like, fill the air while I pick this out. So we'll just have to bear with me on that one. Actually, that might be an opportunity. Hey, support that I've gotten recently. If they actually show up on the list yet or not. I just saw their going live notification pop up, but that doesn't mean that Twitch is going to actually, like, completely keep up with that idea and actually show them. Yeah, Twitch is being disagreeable. Fine. I will repay them later. Doesn't feel like playing ball with me today. Which, shock and horror out of Twitch, not playing ball. I think we're all familiar with that problem by this point. For good or ill, or in this case, mostly ill. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Why haven't I picked yet? There's not much audio in the game, so I'm just gonna kill audio for a second here while I check to see where some people are at. Help me determine where we're gonna be sending everybody off to. No, not yet. Or not yet's the wrong word. Not today. We will hit them a different day. How far in are you? Yeah, sure. We'll go see someone who has been very helpful and is a good friend. Remy the Witch. Oh, really? That was 30 days ago? Huh, weird. Anyway, Remy's playing in the new Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines game, so that should be interesting to see. And Remy's good people, so that'll work out perfectly. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. As I said, I don't have that much to add here at the end of the day this time, so we won't worry too much about me rambling on, aside from until this timer runs out. But be good to Remy, they're good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.